All right. So, I think this is the same as before. Yeah.
I think I used this. Pretty sure I did.
I mean,
Yeah.
only 15 means it might not even cover everything on this current list. This is a much smaller list than previous ones.
There might be.
It needs to be defined.
Yeah, there might be some that will be empty after this, but
So, we're gonna clarify. Are we rating them as they were at launch or their current status?
maybe
There's a lot that needs to be thought about.
maybe both.
Yeah.
Maybe both should
Yeah,
go
I was
in.
thinking that as well, Phil, because like you can rank it at launch, but also how well it's scaled with time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's obviously stuff like music, like that needs to go into the how we rank it. Rewards, is that like something like gear?
Like gear?
'Cause we talked about that in
I
the
think
raid one.
I think we can give bonuses, but I don't think I don't think rewards is that important to my feelings on raids.
Right. Okay. Yeah. You don't really
If
run
rewards-
raids, 24-man raids to
No.
get gear.
The rewards.
I mean, you do it for glam.
Yeah.
Bring it up. I don't think a reward decreases the quality of a raid.
No, because you do it for like the coin or for the upgrade item thing sometimes, I guess. Well, I don't know. Okay, we can. That one's. I'm trying to think if like there was any of these raids that had. Oh well, I shouldn't think that much.
If you're not going to take away points, then you might as well not give points.
Yeah. Okay, so gear shouldn't count.
I can give points for rewards,
Well,
but
not remove.
because I don't. Yeah, I think sometimes things can just like be a bonus, but they're not like.
What if the gear is shit?
I don't.
If
Well,
there's
that's
none
your
that you
opinion,
think the
Joe.
gear is like true, but if there's none that you think the gear's bad for, and you're not going to remove points,
There's not that
Having,
much
like, an
bad
arbitrary-
gear.
No,
That's what I was thinking as well, Rollo. But there is some standout.
Yeah. There's nothing I would say is like awful, at least for in context of when it was released. Like, I guess the worst ones would be like the Realm Reborn one or Crystal Tower, because it's just kind of not as good compared to the rest, but they're not like bad.
No, we'll get into it.
So we
but I
can't
think
we
that's
can't take away
fine.
points because of gear, but we can add.
Hmm.
I mean, this is points makes no sense because this is for your own internal rank.
I mean, you're an internal opinion.
No one knows the
Just like-
points.
No.
if you're allowed to consider them, then fair enough. I'm writing down what we're allowed to.
Yeah.
Because some things we shouldn't be able to consider, and some we should.
What? Yes. Okay. And then obviously
Bosses,
all 3/4 of them.
mechanics.
The four.
Yeah.
Or
However you want
bosses,
to
four?
sort of phrase it. There's three.
Three
usually.
main ones, and then maybe like a trash.
But you
one.
can consider it's usually like out of 7 steps in
Yeah.
Alliance raid with some trash
New
pulls and
ones
bosses.
normally have 6 steps. 7 is
Yeah.
an old type thing.
Yeah.
So, however they're set up, but you can include trash pulls, whether they stand out or not, or whether they're a hindrance, and then obviously the boss's mechanics, difficulty, all that.
The aesthetic of the raid.
Yeah. I guess that's
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're just doing everything then.
Yeah, we're it
I mean,
is
if
pretty
you're
much
looking at-
everything.
If you're looking at something hideous for a long period of time, it does drain you.
Yeah.
There
Well, not
is-
necessarily everything. Like
There,
there's
I mean, there
lore and
is.
stuff,
Yeah, that
and,
was
like,
gonna say that.
fitting it into the world and things like that, which we might not.
Lore and
perform.
story. How does that fit in? Or will we put that into our ranking?
Because there are some that like detract from or aren't necessarily as deeply ingrained in the 14 world lore as others. Does
I mean, that doesn't
affect it
Near?
or
that
not?
doesn't affect my experience when running them. That's the
No, and I think in general too, if you're talking about like 24 man, you're thinking about the story in its entirety, you know,
Yeah.
That's true.
and not just
Yeah,
like
it's never-
As well as the outside quests. And
Yeah.
it's never in isolation.
Okay, so don't consider them.
Okay. Okay. And then just so we understand, if you rank something S tier, that is the ultimate 24-man raid. It has everything you want. It has nothing that pulls it down for you. Like the music, the visuals, the difficulty, the bosses, everything is top tier, superb, 6 stars. Okay.
I mean, by that, I don't know if anything's gonna hit that for me.
We'll see. Then A rank, that's like, great, good, almost perfect, but it has, maybe something that's pulling it down. B, I mean, this should be this is to me self-explanatory.
Scale.
Yeah.
A's are like very, very good. B's are pretty good. C's are your baseline average rate. Whatever you consider to be is
C's
like
passable.
Yeah, passable. Yeah.
D is when a negative starts creeping in.
Yeah.
E is when the negatives are starting to really bring it down a lot. And F's are inconceivable shit.
Well, okay.
Again, in the same way, I don't know if there's going to be any S's. I don't necessarily know for me if there's going to be an F, but we'll see.
That's the exciting.
I feel like once we go through it all, we might have to take off like one letter category. Maybe
we need to just we need to do that now before we start.
Oh, okay.
We can't move. Yeah.
I like having them all here just so there's consistency between our tier lists. I think it's fine even if they're not all used.
We don't have to use them all.
It's very fine to have gaps. And it's even fine to have gaps. Let's say, for example, there were some E's but no D's. And then, there's fine to have gaps if we're happy with that. Because there's so few, it's very fine to. We do not, we're not required to have, an S tier.
No, that's true.
No. It's whatever.
We might not have
if we end up with if we ended up with 3 A's, we don't have to go, well, one of them has to be S.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the scale that we use.
I'm happy with this.
Okay.
I'm happy with your categories.
All right. Well, let's start then. Okay. There we go. All right, Labyrinth of the Ancients, the first 24-man raid.
I have so much nostalgia for how it had originally felt.
Yeah. Do you want to go through each part individually? So how it feels then and now. That's the first point.
Yeah.
I think we can just compare how it felt then.
Yeah.
I think then it was very cool.
Yeah.
It was.
It was. I remember being wowed. I'd be like, "Whoa, this is so many players in such a big area. This is crazy. What?"
The scale of this dungeon was overwhelming at the time. Like when you're in that first room and you just see how massive it is, it's wild.
And it's formatted in a way that you don't really experience in any 24-man raid ever again, in the sense that you keep returning to the center room.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite old school.
Yeah.
Raid design.
Yes.
It's very
it's quite confusing too.
Yeah. The dungeon, which is not something that. Does WoW even do that anymore? That's how
less so, at least. Yeah.
Very piss yellow though. Very, very piss yellow.
The main room is piss yellow.
I mean, if you look in the current room, it's quite purple now.
Yeah.
Each
wing goes down a different.
What we've experienced in the past.
Yeah.
I like the color purple. Yeah, I like the color purple.
Well, if you like the color purple, you're gonna love the next few raids. The bosses. Remember, this had 2 tanks originally in the parties.
For each party, yeah.
For each party, which left the off tank usually with very little to do in some of the fights. Although. More mechanics back then. That's
why there were so many ads.
Yes.
Yeah.
Spawning in.
Yeah. There were a lot more mechanics. Well, some of the mechanics are still in the dungeon today, but you never see them because you don't need to do them anymore.
You'd have to be doing very, very poorly to see them. I mean, people half asleep and maybe half dead.
To deal with them,
yeah.
Even if you see them.
Yeah. Okay, so like you see in this, here, the first room is just a 3-part trash pull. Yeah. And then you go.
Kind of cool mechanically though, with the rising water, and you're supposed to tank them on the platforms.
Yeah.
Which is something, I guess, for the first raid.
Yeah.
And then it moves on to the Bone Dragon.
Bone Dragon, which has an add a CC mechanic. Technically,
Bone Dragon is such a cool idea.
Yeah.
That is irrelevant now, unfortunately. Yes. But I liked how it used to have to work. that you have to
Remember.
pull the skeletons away.
Mhm.
Yeah.
People will get pissed off if you pull them away, depending on what DC you're on.
Yeah.
For whatever
Yeah.
reason, it's like, oh, on this DC, we pull them north or,
Yeah.
or to the
Yeah.
edge. It's like, if you do that somewhere, it's like, oh, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Kick him.
Originally, every tank that was not on the Bone Dragon would pull a skeleton to one of the like directions. If you look at the pads,
Yeah. They
There
were
are-
meant to not link up
yeah,
or whatever.
Yeah,
you-
if they're too close to each other, they hold hands and get the power to run faster.
Yeah.
yes.
You can do that in real life, too.
Yeah.
True. Yeah,
But
because
now-
We did in London.
It doesn't
Yeah.
really.
that
have
that
any
doesn't
kind of
happen
print.
anymore. So that's, I mean, again, we're immediately comparing it to the current day. I mean, this dungeon
Yeah.
or this raid is not what it was before. It is
No, this
definitely
one
absolutely
suffered.
This
not.
one's not stood the test of time the most.
No,
but
yeah.
This
I'll
is the
try
one
and
that
be a bit
suffered.
gentle on that.
Yeah.
It suffered the most from just changes to the game in
Yes.
general.
Yes.
I almost kind of wish they would go back and just like do like a little bit of a repass on it, you know, like they've done with dungeons,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or just
That's
like
fair.
like a
the
little
difficulty a little bit, up the health pool a bit, because you lose out on most mechanics in these old.
Well, the issue
Yeah.
is that we don't have 6 tanks anymore, and mechanically it's designed for that. They would have to change how it works
Yeah.
if they
I'd
were.
be okay with
like-
that.
One,
think that's
one of
okay.
the things they did when they made the Alliance Raid Roulette was making this 3-tank raid,
Mhm.
was that they made mechanics ignorable
Yeah.
because you didn't have the manpower you had before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The second boss is that the
Oh
lava
no, talk
room?
about the
Oh.
talk
You
about the
get the
platform,
Atomos.
don't you? Yeah, the
what?
Atomos.
Oh, the Atomos.
I think the Atomos fight's kind of cool. Although I don't think it's cool in terms of understanding how far you are into killing it or not.
B, stand on platform. B.
You know
Exactly.
what? I sincerely think it is just kind of like it's a fun memory every time it happens of just like, please stand on the fucking plate. 'Cause
Yeah.
you know, like it's just like a funny thing that happens. You get angry about it, but it's kind of funny at the same time.
Yeah. It's an interesting mechanic, and it's the
I
type of
think it's
mechanic.
neat.
Yeah.
It's the type of mechanic we'll see
Yeah.
repeated a lot in, at least in this raid type.
This Labyrinth of the Ancients and later World of Darkness suffer from the fact that they don't auto sort you into where you're supposed to go in the same way
Yeah.
that we'll get
Yeah.
to with
Yeah.
Copy Factory.
Yes.
If you're late, you go to A. That's
Yes,
terrible game
always.
design.
Yeah.
You better
Yes.
hope
Well,
your other one's filled in quickly enough.
Well, it was worse before because before we had that system where we were automatically teleported, you were just out. Like you.
Oh, that's true.
you-
Yeah.
And
that
it was it's
bad
quite
too.
a long walk. So if someone pulled early, you'd essentially fucked everything because people would just be stuck out and there wouldn't be enough people. I've been in a run where there aren't enough people to stand on the platform. Like even if your entire party stand on the platform, it's still not
Oh,
enough.
God.
And if it too long,
Then
if you take too
And
long,
the giant people come and
Yeah.
kill you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, following that we have the dude with the
Thanatos.
with the ghost
This
mechanics.
is again, this if people early pull this can fuck up because it goes A, B, C
Mm-hmm.
alliances for who you can attack the boss. I don't think astral realignment is the coolest mechanic of all time. I mean, maybe making only certain people be able to attack the boss is okay, but I feel like it loses out more on just like when people pull early and half their like half of A can't attack it. It's just boring.
Yeah.
It's not super
I don't-
interesting, but it's for the time it was kind of neat.
Yeah.
I don't even know about that. I don't think.
this
I don't-
had a healer check. It had
Yeah.
a
Yes, that's what I
healer
was going to
mechanic.
say.
Yeah.
I don't think this fight was exciting at any point unless you were a healer.
Yeah.
And sadly, it doesn't matter anymore. You
No.
used to have to heal the magic pots because they're what give you the ethereal realignment.
That's right.
Now it doesn't matter because
Oh.
at best you're going to kill it in the third once Alliance C
Mhm.
becomes invisible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. As Alliance C, this is the most boring fight there is.
Yes,
I mean,
that's true.
you just kill ads, I guess. Just
Yeah.
to pass the time. You don't really have to. It feels like, but you know,
No.
Not really.
if you want to press some buttons, just to feel like you're doing something.
But originally, the ads lasted longer, and they tried to kill the pots. But that was like the whole thing. And after a while, they start
Yeah.
like the pots start like getting pulled towards the boss, and if you don't heal them,
they lose half their health when that happens.
Yeah, and if you heal them full up, they spring back to where they were. Okay, so after that, there's the Allegan bombs,
which isn't particularly noteworthy.
There are 3 like things that you have to tank. I don't know what they're called. You know, the ones with the swords.
Visagos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Visagos. The issue with the Visago fight, which is not an issue as much anymore for similar fights, is there's no indicator that like they're too close other than the debuff on them. There's no like line that appears between them when they get too close and they get a defense up buff.
True.
I wouldn't say it was even particularly exciting back then. It was very it was very much, this is trash.
Yeah,
we're doing trash.
It was
Yeah.
It was the least interesting trash. Well, no, the second least interesting trash pull.
Yeah.
I miss when you got to see them spawn the giant pools of lava around 2/3 into their health.
Yeah.
And you had to shift slightly clockwise.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm giving like 1/10 of a point because of this area. After they added the splash emote, so you can splash lava. That forever gives me like a little bit of joy.
Yeah. Okay, after that, the legendary at the time Behemoth fight. This one was the one that would lead to the wipes usually.
Yeah.
If you knew you had a bad party, you were dreading this boss because this had a lot of stuff going on.
This is a hard fight.
Yeah.
This one has seen the most sad loss over time.
Yeah.
This one's, I remember this being so fun when I played as the off tank, when I was like very new to the game.
Yeah.
And I had to have my FC mates like explain to me what the fuck to do as the off tank, because it doesn't really it's not super intuitive what you're supposed to do.
Right. No.
At least it's an off tank. As an off tank.
The-
But I really enjoyed it. It was an experience.
Yeah. There's it's got everything. It's got the big boss obviously, and then it's got like an ad that must be controlled or like taken care of quickly, because it will just walk around and destroy the meteors that you have to hide behind the rocks. But there's also these towers that are charging up around you, and you have to press a button to reset them when they're at like their lowest.
But you you take damage when that happens, which is why the 4 other tanks were supposed to do it.
Yes. Obviously, a lot of damage, a lot of stuff to keep track of. The floor is electrified, so your healers have to constantly heal you.
Ooh, doing stone skin for this one back in the day.
Oh, yes.
I miss when all the tanks had to call out southwest, northwest.
Yeah.
King Behemoth.
Yeah. Unfortunately, now
I think it's still not. I don't think it's been. I mean,
the meteor is the only thing
sure.
that will kill a party now.
Well, a terrible tank who can't control Iron Giant will mess with the party.
Fair.
A bit.
It still
You'd
has
have to
some
purposely be that bad though. I've seen it where no one controlled it essentially, and like it's still. I mean, it'll get a lot of meteors to low health if they're all clustered together.
Yeah.
But it's really rare.
It's at least still an okay fight, though, right?
It's the one fight that still like has a bite, I think, in this.
Yeah.
Well, you could argue that the last one has that still too, but because of one mechanic. Yeah, okay. And then after that we have the last boss, who used to be called Acheron, but it's now Phlegaton.
Yes.
When did he get renamed?
When Syrcus Tower came out, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
This has a lot of very cool. I remember the AOEs, the special AOEs with the like colors and stuff.
The
that
bacon.
Was cool. Yeah, the bacon.
Oh, the streaky bacon.
the Allegan telegraphs.
I like all of them.
This is an interesting fight, I guess. AOE heavy, and then it has.
I think most of the AOEs wouldn't fly in the modern game. Like
no.
An AOE in the modern game is
they're streamlined.
Coded. They're coded for what they do, like stack, blah blah. This is all just purple or like green triangle for no reason, and then streaky bacon, and like they're just colourful and fun.
Yeah,
great. Yeah, they all do the same.
Quite
thing.
unique now. It has, of course, the mechanic where it'll wipe you if you don't run back to your platform and activate.
That still gives me the slight thrill of like, ooh, yeah, I actually got it. And people still frequently do.
Yeah.
The first
There's
one,
less people.
You have a lot more time than you think. The second one, at least nowadays, is the one that's way quicker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And if tanks keep it directly mid for the second one, you might not notice it quickly enough.
Right.
If you move him a bit off center, you'll see him run back, so at least you know what's going on.
Yeah. There's also the claw that will grab a random party member.
Oh yeah.
And you have to release them. Back in the day, this was a very dangerous mechanic. It would actually kill you quite quickly if no one got it down. And it often went for healers, I remember, but I think it's just because healers are always in the back. I think it was just a bigger risk.
Yeah, it goes to whoever is closest to the
yeah. So yeah, I think that's about it for that boss.
That's it.
It isn't that interesting, but okay.
No, but I think the best part of this raid is definitely the final boss, Mr. Phlegathon.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah,
and even to this day, I think he's still at least today enjoyable somewhat.
You get the thrill of trying to take it down before the second ancient player.
Yeah.
And the hubris of people who try it at like 15%.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And then they get annoyed.
I love playing chicken. It's so fun.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
So this is like the first big raid gear stuff. What did you guys think of it? Is a plus or a minus for you?
No minus for gear.
No minus.
Only pluses.
Well, I mean, like just in like if
I like Armor of Light. I like the.
I like all of the armor in here. I like that it's all a reference to what Final Fantasy are they from? I really like all the designs for. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the onion gear and shit.
I like the onion gear.
They're not dyeable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also the crimson gears, right? Like for
the casting and healer gear is pretty decent. Yeah.
I think the Warrior of Light one is a little too.
No, I love the Warrior of Light one.
It looks too
the
crossover event.
Yeah.
You know?
I like it.
Like not from our game almost.
Well, it's iconic.
You have to get the correct headpiece from the login rewards, or whatever it was from, to make that actually work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The one that drops from here doesn't work.
Uh-huh. What about the music too? Because that's
I kind of. I mean, obviously, it's been 10 years, and this song is.
It doesn't thrill me.
It doesn't thrill me anymore. But at the time, this is dynamic, by the way. We won't be listening to the battle themes, unfortunately, unless. Oh, maybe actually for the near ones. But this, the dynamic change in theme was incredible at the time. I remember that.
It wasn't the first time it happened. No, it happened in Coil as well.
Ooh.
With Trash, doesn't it?
It's a good question. I don't remember. This is the first time I noticed it. So I don't know if I think maybe it did, but maybe it wasn't as, because this is where you really tell, because you can tell, because it's,
you can,
it really like ramps up, and you can tell that it's the same melody. I think this is iconic, even though it gives me malaise now hearing it, but you know.
I don't know if I ever liked it.
Really? Interesting. Okay.
It is.
I think it was fine. It serves its purpose. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's just too tarnished now. It is.
Yeah.
It has been too long. I just associate it with. Like, I've gotten this in the raid roulette.
Yeah.
Very early 14. It's very like it's good but a little generic.
Yeah. Maybe I should listen to the battle music as well.
If you want a fast alliance raid, this is the second most ideal Crystal Tower raid to get.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah.
But the ideal one to get is also maybe has a little bit more excitement as well. I think I don't know. I think the trash pulls in this, the only one that's particularly interesting is Atomos. I think Bone Dragon isn't a particularly good boss in the modern game, but as it originally was kind of cool conceptually. I don't particularly like Thanatos. Behemoth was good and Phlegathon was good, but I don't know.
Oh, I guess should say too, of course. The Crystal Tower music is just remixes of the FF3 Crystal Tower.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The aesthetic. This one does a lot for me, even though it's quite ugly.
Really?
No, but even though it's quite ugly, that very old Allegan where it's like the stone with the glowing, I like a lot more than the metal with the glowing. Just because it feels like interesting.
That's
and
fair,
fantasy.
but I think it looks nicer in Syrcus Tower.
It feels like you can definitely tell they're still kind of figure things out in terms of like design and like aesthetic. It's just, I appreciate it. In hindsight, actually, even then, I didn't really particularly like it, especially compared to what we have now.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to start.
How are we
ranking
voting on these?
I'm between a C and a D.
This is solid C, if I'm being kind.
I am also between a C and a D.
Yeah, so am I.
The original memories are strong, but it's just been so long where it's not been that.
Yeah, the issue is I think originally it would have been around a B, maybe even.
If we were just going by first time, I would definitely. Well, not S.
Yeah,
that would be up here somewhere.
Yeah.
I think there's some detraction from it in terms of how it works now. Like this one's been kind of destroyed by the game over time. But I'm very happy with yellow or lime green.
I think I'm gonna go D. I think that's where I feel it lands at this point.
I'd be fine with a D if you guys want to do that. C's me being kind and paying homage to it being in a classic, or I guess one of the first, or the first.
Yeah, I think a D then. I'll go D as well. Okay, that is Labyrinth of the Ancients. Now we move on to Syrcus Tower.
I mean, this
not as much malaise.
This is a better song for me
because this song has received a degree of like redemption by being part of the Twinning remix.
That's true.
Yes.
I think this one feels a bit more grand as well, and less generic. It feels like a lot more purpose-built.
Yes.
I think in terms of like what it's like to traverse it, it's kind of boring, but it does look nicer than Labyrinth of the Ancients.
Yeah.
You are just going up a tower.
Yeah. It loses a lot with the small zones. I would like 2 floors per zone or something. So you really do feel like you're climbing, or there's some like obvious track. Like you go up these stairs, and then you're already like 5 more flights up.
Yeah, it's those delicious PS3 limitations that ruin this.
Yeah, it feels a bit. I don't know.
It's just. I need to think about it. This feels like one of the instances that has the most individual zones, just because of functionally how it works.
Yeah.
They can't show you running up the tower that much.
No.
So many zones of circles.
Yes.
Or squares.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if any of them are squares.
There are circles. All of them, I think. Yeah.
I think they're all circles. Yeah. Actually, yeah.
Okay, so there's trash obviously at the beginning that we see here.
This is very unmemorable trash.
Yeah.
This is the worst one.
Yeah, this has some of the worst trash.
No,
I would say, for all of Crystal Tower.
No, true.
The second set is the worst one.
Doga and Une clones, yeah, you're right, because they come right
late spawns.
I think Syrcus Tower is the worst trash out of the 24.
Yeah, this is the worst trash. They're completely. They're a nice callback to the actual zone from 3, but they are just not fun. They're just not interesting in any way.
Right.
The only kind of cool thing was how the red dragon in the 3rd set could dive bomb you.
Yeah.
And now that's not a
literally.
threat.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. Other than that, though, it's kill, AoE kill them down, and then on the 2nd set, right when you've thought you've killed them all, thousands of waves of Une and Doga spawn.
Yeah.
Really not good. But Scylla, first boss, I like Scylla.
I like Scylla too.
I like her arena and her gimmicks and mechanics.
I like the gimmicks. I like the tower things where you can only stack 3.
Yeah.
And people still seem to not understand what they're doing in it.
Yeah, sadly you don't.
Yeah, because you don't need to anymore.
Well, I suppose.
Man, what the
I
fuck
like
was
the-
on her design? She has like
She's got
4 paws, 4 feet, 2 boobs, 2 arms, 4 heads.
she
What's
would-
going on?
She was. What? Do you want more boobs? 2 is a very normal amount of boobs.
She was made like that.
Yeah.
She was genetically combined with, I think, her hounds as
Yeah.
punishment by Amon.
Yeah.
Yeah, which she deserved.
Again, mechanics here can be mostly ignored nowadays.
They
in
can,
Scylla.
but they are they're good. I like the ice and fire mechanic. I like the way you can be punished for doing it wrong. Like if you ice someone while in a puddle, everyone loses, and if you fire while in a puddle, the puddle goes. So you've like there's a lot to it for such a simple fight.
But most people nowadays, when you go into Scylla, won't even know why you're charging up the platforms.
That is true.
Towers now.
It's
so I don't take about 500 points of damage.
Yeah.
The water and ice mechanic can be ignored as well. I mean, you don't have to stand in the water for the fire. Elegant fire.
No. But I've been doing it for 10 years, so
I still.
Yeah,
do.
I still try and do it. I do. Even though I know I'm gonna live, I get frustrated when people destroy all the puddles just before the mechanic.
Yeah. Stop pulling the fire thing onto the people with water under them. Don't do it.
We don't have daybreak anymore, really.
No,
which is very sad because it is good. It is a good
one
mechanic.
cool mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that annoys me about this fight is that you can target the staves. I feel like if this was made now, they would be untargeted.
Yeah, because new players will think that they have to kill them. And I see people constantly trying to attack, kill them. They immediately respawn. Oh, it's annoying.
And they serve a better purpose being alive anyway, to make you actually move and do a little bit
that's the whole point,
I feel like I remember, maybe it was during Heaven's Sword or Stormblood, they did a Passover on some fights and dungeons and trials and all that, where they made a lot of stuff that used to be targetable for, you can't really do anything to it, and then they changed it to being untargetable, you know?
Yeah.
I'm surprised that this one never got that treatment either.
I agree.
Yeah. I think this one has suffered a reasonable amount. There's no...
It's not the one that suffered the most in this raid.
Well, no, true, that's true. This raid itself has lost a lot with the changes, but this doesn't have daybreak. It doesn't really have a proper end phase. But I like this fight. I enjoy Scylla.
Yeah, this is also infamously where Speakers of Hydaelyn was conceived during that specific fight, me and Vero.
This is also one of the few raids we've done minimum eye level attempt on and had a good time.
We recorded that one, right? Did we?
Maybe.
That was a long time ago. We had,
I might have it in my old archive somewhere.
All 6 of the first ones were recorded.
Yeah.
Or done at least.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good times.
Yeah.
So we could actually see the mechanics.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scylla cool. Then it's Glacial Ebolas.
Oh yeah, this dude had. This is the one that's been. They slaughtered my boy.
Yeah.
He is destroyed.
My boy. No.
This had a lot of very intricate and cool mechanics, in my humble onion. But now it is nothing. Now you just kill him. It has the licorice AOEs that we love.
You used to have people run into the bits. So they could be, because they can't be killed until someone sacrifices themselves to be caught by it. And because that charges up his attack later on, which will wipe the party if you don't kill the bits. But you don't get that far anymore.
No.
I'll say, I don't think I really like this mechanics, honestly, even at launch. I don't really like mechanics where it's just do nothing. You know, you sacrifice a player.
That's true.
It's very
But then it has
make that player do something.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree. But then he charges up, and you have to jump on the platforms, and everyone has to split so that you're covering the platforms around, and then you have to kill. Because the arena will become covered in something that kills you instantly.
You die. Yeah.
That part's
that is a cool mechanic.
Yeah, and you have to go clockwise around and kill the ads, and then he will clear the arena, and you can jump back in.
I don't see why they even allowed this fight to lose that. That's like the whole fight.
Well, there's
the clockwork things that spawn and that are the fight.
You'll see, there's something that's sad about these first raids. It kind of feels like they were like, thank you, Cosmic Setup. They were like, we can't fix this. We can't. We'll just leave it. We'll just
they left to the whims of whatever the damage numbers end up being after the stat squish and after all the skill changes.
Yeah.
And the removal of one tank. It's like it's going to be what it's going to be.
Yes, I think because the other raids, I feel like this raid series specifically is the one that's been hit the hardest out of all of them.
Yeah.
Okay. So
inadvertently too.
Yes.
Like other raids have gotten like purposely nerfed or changed, but this is just like it's just
they fuck it up, they said. So the next one is
Amon.
We can just I don't know if there's any point in talking about the trash unless it is significant.
No.
Yeah.
No. We talked about all the trash at the start. I don't think there's anything more to it.
Okay.
And it's bad trash. This is the worst trash.
Yeah.
Amon is a really good fight. Again, this is a really good fight.
And
he's
one
a little bit Scylla-esque though, like mechanically, but like the 3 spawn points.
But it does still have a mechanic you have to pay attention to, otherwise you will die.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has it actually has a lot of like mechanics.
It's got lots of things. It has the 3 different slimes which would silence or pacify, which no one cares about anymore.
No.
It has the cum-cums, which you can minify.
Yeah. Cum-cum.
The cum-cum.
You can actually mini the slimes as well.
Yeah. You can mini almost anything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Except Amon.
What did Friend Daniel mean by that when he named him Cum-Cum?
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? And the snakes that are trying to eat the frogs that some people are turned into.
A frog. And it freezes people, but the frogs can break them out, but maybe they shouldn't always break them out, depending on the timings of the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has Ancient Flare, where you have... No,
that's...
Curtain Race.
Yeah.
Curtain Race.
Curtain Call.
Curtain Call.
Yeah. Is this the first one that has the... Because every now and then people will get that bomb debuff. That,
it does have the bomb,
every now and then that push people away if you don't Asuna it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true. God. Forgot about that.
But
I barely...
that's a fun one. Curtain Call, we have to hide behind the ice. And then after that, it's just kill him. But, it's a mechanically fun fight.
Yeah.
I don't think this one's been negatively affected particularly, other than being a bit short.
Not as much, no. You still feel the mechanics. They might not kill you, but you still feel them.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, let's last boss, Zonde.
I think in retrospect, Zonde is probably one of the most mechanically simple fights in this.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't really particularly like Zonde.
The only mechanic in that fight is that like has a real threat for the party is the one where you get the gatherer marker, the stack one.
Yeah.
And people running off it.
Kill you?
Yeah. If you run off, you get killed. Yeah.
I think even with 2 might still be not enough, but 3 is enough to survive it for almost
at
this point.
That's also the first time like I really learned that you can't trust other players, because I remember originally the tactic was you gather your stack, you rise from the floor, he does the mechanic, and then you're supposed to stand still gathered in that stack and let the AoE spawn and then run. But what always happened is that most people stacked and then 5 people ran out of the stack and they got targeted. So when we were trying to leave, we were standing in the AoEs they left behind further away, and you would die. I always run now. Everyone does that now. Everyone just like spreads. The AoEs just go everywhere.
Don't trust you. We'll betray you.
Yeah.
This was I don't think it was the first time they used like little meteor falling things.
I'm getting very nostalgic because the bards are using the raining fire in.
Oh yeah, look at that! Yeah.
No, they used the meteors in at least some around Orbonne stuff.
Yeah, but I remember the feeling of like my friend telling me, "Oh, look up," and I was like, like the fucking
the middle one.
Like,
okay. let's go through
I
the
think Chrysalis might be the first time that's in.
which one?
The
Chrysalis?
meteors.
Oh
Was
yeah, maybe.
And when
Yeah.
when you get sucked in, there are meteors falling there.
Yeah.
No, you see, this is before Chrysalis.
Oh yeah, this is before Chrysalis. Yeah, Chrysalis is.
Yeah,
I don't remember when.
that was a patch.
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
God, maybe it was then.
Visually, this, like we said, I think this.
Like it.
I like this more
This
than
is easier
Labyrinth.
on the eyes.
Yeah. It's more
Establishes that kind of like light blue crystal look they that the
Yeah.
Crystal Tower has, and that they reuse for like Shadowbringer stuff.
Yeah.
Very cool. This dungeon or this raid in general is made retroactively cooler because of like the 3 expansions that touch on it.
Yeah. That's
Like,
true.
you know, it's hard not to be like, oh, it's a mon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't love the music, maybe because of how much I listen to it, but it is
Yeah.
better than Labyrinth. In my
I think
opinion.
it's.
I remember
yeah.
hearing this for the first time was fucking insane. This
It
was
is
so
not
hype.
instant malaise.
No.
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 The rewards are interesting.
I don't like this gear.
Oh yeah.
I don't like this gear either.
This gear with the boob hat and the like. Yeah, this is a lot of
Yeah.
But this one did drop
It's
throne gem.
so you can
Yeah,
make
it
the
does.
throne. Yeah.
Making
Yeah.
Isn't this not Wind Up Onion Knight as well?
Yeah, White
Yeah.
Onion Knight.
I guess Amon's gear was kind of cool, but I just
Amon's hat was very iconic.
the
at the
big
time.
feather is so crunchy.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
It looked fine at the time though, because people were just like, "Oh yeah, okay,
it,
cool."
It is some of the most unique gear in the game. It's very extra.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still hold that I think a lot of Realm Reborn gear just didn't look good even at the time.
Not huge.
Aside from it just being 1.0 reuse stuff, I think even some of the newer stuff they added was just not.
Well, this is the new stuff.
Hidden.
Yeah, this is like the
Yeah.
newer Realm Reborn stuff, and I remember fucking hating everything in this dungeon. I was so disappointed. the gear was so
no,
ugly.
it's not like the hempen shirt. or
Yeah,
cami-
where's my
Yeah.
hempen shirt and my sabatons? You know, where I need that to match.
Where's this MMO going? It's turning shit now.
God, this is a free-to-play game. Well, it was the problem was that you couldn't wear any of this as like glamour. It had to be. You can't mix and match like Scylla's like massive like dog
Oh,
gear.
you can.
It doesn't work. So you have
Like-
to. Yeah,
Amon's hat, maybe.
a Mon's hat. That was probably one of the best things from this raid was the hat, but that is some
Phlegethon
prime
loincloth.
crust. Yeah.
Like the last one, the Labyrinth of the Ancients. You could mix and match that stuff. Just
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
looks a little, you know.
Yeah, you
better,
can make it
but,
work. Yeah. All right. Where do we land with Syrcus Tower?
I think this one's a solid C.
Yeah,
I think it's a solid C as well.
I think
Because
it's
this
fine.
is because it was mechanically interesting to start with.
Yeah.
And it does something which I prefer, which is if it's going to be boring, I'd rather it be short than long.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Final boss is not as good as Labyrinth of the Ancients, but I think everything
No.
else kind of elevates
The
it
other
slightly.
bosses are good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the other bosses
But
are all quite
it's-
interesting.
The trash is annoying, but not
Mm.
long. It's a
Yeah.
quick run. It's a good quick
Mhm.
run.
Music's okay.
Yeah,
Gear is
this is a
bad.
very definitive average raid experience.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. I think I'm happy with the C as well. So, Syrcus Tower, C.
All right.
Oh boy.
Really low ball Crystal
Oh.
Tower.
It's time for the World of Darkness.
We're going to WAD.
Okay. If we're gonna think back, when this came out, this was crazy hype, right? We went
Oh,
to the World of
absolutely.
Darkness.
Oh yeah.
The original
Visually,
live stream.
visually, completely different from the other two.
First
very
Void
cool
type
visually.
stuff, right?
Yeah,
It's
You
the
are
yeah.
first
in
time
the
we were
void.
It was, yeah.
You're actually inside the void.
Yes.
Establishes the void look and everything. Like it
Mhm.
is.
Yeah, very
It's got
important.
the update
actually.
lately with when they changed how the enemies die to match what
Yeah.
happens in
Oh, yeah.
Walker.
True.
Oh.
Yes.
I know they did that.
Okay. So how do we?
I like everything it stands for.
Yes.
But I don't like being there.
Well, it is a dungeon or a raid that's not that fun to do.
Here's the thing.
Again.
A lot of the bosses I quite enjoy still, but I feel like they go on that minute too long.
They're too long. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Oh, if you think that now, wait till we get some of the other ones.
Yeah.
I think, again, the architecture here is, it visually looks quite malaise, and it's not exciting to traverse. It's similar to Syrcus Tower in terms of just like, it's just except instead of staircases, you just have long, straight or curved lines between each other.
Yeah.
I think it's only made interesting by some of the later voice stuff. I guess this is Cloud of Darkness's domain.
Yes.
And that's kind of cool, I guess.
I really like that you can see the boss platform in that like round sphere.
Yes.
It's also it's only two zones, like for the last boss arena, and then the rest is
3.
Yeah, I think so.
Or is it?
Which I like.
Yeah.
It has more than one boss per area, which is good.
And if you return to the start, actually, after you beat the final boss, you can see that the boss arena is not covered by the dark circle anymore.
That's true.
In fact, if you, for some reason, leave the battle arena while the last boss is happening, you can stand at the entrance and watch the fight from the top. You can see. Well, you're not actually there. You can't. I don't think you can see the players, but you can see that there's stuff happening at the arena.
That's cool.
Fun fact.
I'll get kicked out at some point.
Yeah. Okay.
First, there's nothing notable at first trash. Second trash, I like the fake chest. I wish people would always fill the portals.
Yeah.
Why did they keep doing this? They kept doing like fake chests.
Yeah, that was like that is a thing.
Which is like, why? Like, who would fall? What's the point? I don't know.
There is no point.
It's a reward, and then you get it. And you're like, oh no, it's actually
money.
Xande again.
Yeah. Okay, so the first boss of this is an Ahriman.
Portals are annoying.
Yes.
Angraminu,
Yeah. The.
He's the Ahriman.
Yassified Ahriman.
I think this is a good fight.
I think it's a good fight too.
Yeah.
I think you can't die easily enough in some parts, but I think the idea of having to switch between light and red is cool. I like the level 100 flare and 150 death. I still don't think most people in this game understand how level 100 or 150 spells work.
No.
It's a division by the number of your levels there are. So there are you can survive them just by luck if you have the right number of players.
Yeah.
Because of Angraminu's beam, you can quite easily wipe this party with a bad tank.
Yes.
For this
I like that. I like
it too.
If you have someone that's bad or not knowing what they're doing, you can know. It's not the fault of the boss of the raid. It is just pure player incompetence.
Yeah.
And that's when you get to type in chat and be like, hey, shape up right now, please.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. For a first boss, it feels like it's like setting the bars. Like, okay, you're gonna, it's a lot happening in this raid.
Pretty tough.
Because there's the
annoying.
Did we mention the finger?
Oh yeah, it's got the roulette thing where you have to kill the time glasses.
Yeah, that's the doom mechanic.
Mortal gaze.
Yeah.
The what mechanic?
Doom. Gives you doom if you get hit.
I thought you said goon.
Doom mechanic.
Yeah, a little bit of gooning.
And you have to chase the circle around the arena to try and get rid of your doom.
Yeah. Yes. If you've stared at it, yeah.
So really,
it's an annoying gaze mechanic because the actual time when it happens is after the mechanic goes off.
That's true. Always, especially in 24-man raids where servers struggle, always wait until you see Mortal Gaze dodged before turning back around.
Yes. Okay, so moving on from him, or them, we go to the five-headed dragon.
I didn't ever like them.
I didn't like it, but I think it's actually quite a hard fight if you do it wrong or early on.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I actually think it's quite mechanically dense.
Yeah, it is a mechanically dense fight. I don't like it, but I think if you actually break it down, it's quite interesting.
This was the first. Unless there was one in Coil that I don't remember. This was the fight with like the heatwave mechanic where you can't move. Otherwise, you'll take damage, which back in the day would have killed you quite quickly.
Yes, true.
It had the bullshit ice things.
Yeah.
Which is funny to see people standing or if they just place them wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It lets the blobs around the arena. Providence.
It has
Prominence.
Yeah. Yes, it does, which you do need to kill. It has a stack, which is still, I don't think, telegraphed very clearly.
Yeah.
No, I think it might be more. I think they might have added the stack mechanic to it. But back then, people thought you had to run away with it.
It has the section where you have to kill the heads.
The head, and if you don't, it's an instant wipe. If you don't do it in time.
I think when this came out, the DPS would have probably been harder, so that would have actually felt like a pretty good mechanic.
Am I correct in remembering that the more heads you kill, the less damage the attack does? Because I think maybe you can survive if you didn't kill all of them, but you would take a lot of damage. I think that's how it went originally.
I think this is definitely when this came out of the era, you really felt the difference between a job's AoE abilities. Where some of them just had nothing.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, do you want to go into a dungeon quicker and get it done? You play Black Mage so you can AoE quicker.
Black Mage or Bard, so they could just like rain, when they had that ability. That was it.
Yeah.
That was the dream team.
Because that was the time when there was a little bit more variety in classes.
Yes.
And the game encourages you to play every class, so maybe you should have them all leveled, Rollo, and all geared up, ready to get in the fight.
Okay, you say that, Mela. The Paladin AoE rotation fucking blowed for so long. Like, that was a joke.
Yeah,
it still kind of does.
What was it, Circle of Thorn or Scorn and Flash? That's all you had.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
You had
Flash
no true
was great, though. That like whipping sound. Love that sound. I'll miss it forever. I didn't play 10 back then, but I loved hearing it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now we have to talk about Cerberus. Well, actually, there's an Atomos in between.
There's the Atomos, and
we'll talk about the Atomos first.
Type of Atomos.
The mysterious Atomos fight, if I may say so myself.
Earlier, this is the one where it's impossible to understand how it's dying.
If you don't, I mean, I know, we've figured it out.
I know how it works.
It is very
so
weird.
Confusing just to keep attacking and then like, oh, it's okay.
And the health bar just goes down. It channels somewhere, but there's like a crystal thing in the middle that it like goes into. Like they have a shared health pool.
I think it's just a symptom of the PS3 limitations at the time.
Yeah.
And what kind of information you could display.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Between the three alliances, you need to kill the Atomos a total of 7 times. So if your alliance is the one that kills it 3 times, you're the best, obviously.
There you go. Yeah.
It
sucks you in, blows you out.
Also,
there's an ad.
Yeah.
Remember to stand on the button.
Yes,
stand on the button when it lights up. That's it.
Which is a nice callback to the first Atomos fight.
I will always remember that Mela kept saying that the AoE in that fight is one of the best. Is one of his favorites. The one that just moves around.
The spinny thing. I love it.
Yeah.
Right. It's so good because it's very real time in its damage and stuff.
That's true.
It feels like
you're right. When you get hit by it, you feel like, oh, okay, I deserve that.
Yeah.
You know? It's a very slow moving disc.
Yes.
The only AoE attack, whatever thing that's impressed me since, to that degree since, is Rathalos's figure of 8 thing.
Oh yeah.
Or whatever. No, whatever. I can't remember what he's got.
Rofacal.
Yeah.
Because that's real time as well, and that really impresses.
Yeah.
In this game.
Okay, well, Cerberus, which to me is the one that probably stands out the most for a very obvious reason.
This is a fantastic fight.
It's one of my favorites, honestly.
Yeah. It's very good. Gives each.
Decent.
Yeah, go on.
No, actually, except as A.
Oh. Okay, yeah, was that what? Yeah, so it gives all the three parties very distinct roles.
Yeah. A just adds very boring. B just belly,
A is the
which
worst.
is the best.
Yeah.
And C tank Cerberus, which is a bit cool.
And chains.
Getting eaten though, like going to that new zone, it's so seamless and like really cool.
Yeah.
It's I think it's super neat. Although the imagery of going down into his fucking anus is still a little.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. Also going into the belly and hearing the music change to like muffled because it's outside is really cool.
The chains too. I know it's just like literally just click and put it on there.
No, but if you do it too slowly or whatever and it resets and then you failed everything.
Yeah.
Don't forget there's a timer when you click it's a buff, okay? You can drop the ball if you run out of the buff.
Yeah.
Please remember that. But I do like that there's a way you can optimize it.
Yeah.
If you can pay attention to hold like that. I like that you can do that.
Yes.
If you can pay attention to the timer.
Yes. Other
They
than
had some of the cool mechanics, like the
one
where you have to stack, which was moved into Mark of the Damned or something in modern ones.
Yeah.
It's visually this. It's essentially the same as the Dorito mechanic these days.
Yeah, good mechanic.
This one initially didn't have a marker or anything to show you that you had the one we have to be together. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that one didn't normally have a visual indicator.
I think it's something like loneliness is like the debuff if you're by yourself.
You would just get like a debuff. I don't remember what the initial debuff is called, but if you don't do it, you get like lonely or whatever. But
if you don't do it, then you get hysterical.
Oh, hysterical. So you get lonely, and then you have to find someone. They added that like big orb that you get now later, but originally there was no visual indication.
I kind of like with this boss that the safe spaces around the boss are pretty hard to keep track of because you don't want to be in front unless you're tank because he does the charge.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be at his back.
Claws actually as well.
Yeah, claws and he does a tail swipe. So the spot he stays in is like the best spot is his sides, but because he dashes a lot too, you have to really try and keep up. And I like that it keeps you on your toes.
Yes.
Yeah, it really does.
And there's no telegraph for it either.
Yeah.
No, and a lot of it's very quick.
Okay. Last one.
Cloud of Darkness.
Yeah. How do we feel about this one?
I mean, she's kind of cool, I guess, but
definitely better
than some of the other ones
at launch. She suffered with changes.
Yes.
I think the mechanic
Sorry. What did you say, Gary?
Okay, the tracking beam can still kill you very quickly if you don't move faster.
Yeah. I like that mechanic.
Sorry, what were the other two? What were you going to say, Rollo?
I was saying, look at those old AoEs.
Nice.
Those markers, that was a big change because I think even in the 24-man, the Crystal Tower, a lot of them were kind of hard to see because they were too light.
Yeah.
That was like a Stormblood change.
That's right. Reborn AoEs.
Yeah.
They're nice looking.
Okay, Cloud of Darkness has...
She has so cool mechanics that I like. You can stand in front of dark clouds to make them go slow.
Yes, when she does the sucking.
The big suck.
Yeah.
Which doesn't suck you for some reason.
No, that's maybe we're too heavy.
Well, she's trying to power up, so she's just sucking darkness,
she's sucking
I guess.
Darkness.
Yeah.
I like the meteors that spawn quite frequently in quite hard to reach locations. So if the party's just ignoring them, you'll die quite quickly.
Yeah.
And I like the particle beam that follows you around, like chasing.
Yeah.
That's about it.
There's one for every party, right? So you have 3 people doing it?
Yeah.
I think you can
easily wipe with that if you're bad.
There's the part after the first suckening where you have to split into 3 groups to destroy the clouds.
Too easy for me. That one's
that's easy, but remember, which we don't see this anymore, there are ads in this fight.
That's true.
There are the snakes that used to spawn, but I don't.
Oh
Here's the thing.
my
It's been
god.
so long that I don't even understand how mechanically they work.
Oh my god. Yes, you're right. Oh my god, and they have mechanics to them. I don't remember.
They do have mechanics to them. I just don't remember what
little worms.
The ads in the
little
cages?
worms.
Or the worm. Okay,
No, there were
They
worms.
used to do Morble's bad breath when you were too close.
Yes. Oh my god. It has been so long. I don't even remember.
I mean, you'll never see them.
I
Even
remember
without
them
them, though, like,
because
it's such an easy fight.
I've remembered maybe like once in the last 5 or 6 years where I had a group that was so bad that I saw.
Oh my
No
god.
and no one knew what the
Holy hell.
fuck to do.
No way.
That
must be such a
insane.
surprise.
Wow. Okay. Yes. So visual. Okay. So those are the bosses. So visually, we said earlier, very distinct. Sets the standard for void. Like this is the void now because of this dungeon or raid. Has suffered a little bit from like all the changes, but not as much. I feel like the first few bosses still have a lot of bite to them, like we said.
I think so.
Yeah. The Cloud of Darkness herself is the one that kind of suffers the most out of everything in here.
Yeah.
Where it's just really trivialized. But I still enjoy going in here, honestly.
Yeah, I would.
See, I don't.
Like, out of all 3 Crystal Towers, this is the one I'd rather do.
Well, you see,
Really?
For me.
This is the one I would rather do least.
the thing is, and this is weird because this, I agree, the bosses are still very good. They still like they're quite dangerous, which is why I don't like getting it anymore because I've done it so many times and it takes so long to get through this dungeon now. I just want to get out.
I need something to wake me up.
When people don't get it, it's very frustrating.
Yeah.
It's the same as the first tier of Alexander the Creator to a lesser extent, in the sense that it's mechanically not that difficult if you know what you're doing, but if you don't know what you're doing, it can fuck up really quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I need to wake up Rollo, I would much rather do a later raid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same.
Whereas if I'm going to be forced to do a level 50 Alliance raid, I'd rather Syrcus Tower just because I can get in and out.
This would be more tolerable if I had more skills. I can deal with having my level 50 skills for the other 2. This one annoys me the most.
Because you cut out between whatever. So you basically said if I had more skills.
Yeah.
Which is quite funny.
Yeah.
I wish that if they ever do like Unreal 24-mans, that they did this one. Out of the 3 Crystal Towers, I think this would be the best one to go back to middle of my level or Unreal.
Sure.
Boosted to level 100.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think this had very hard mechanics.
Gear wise, I don't even remember this gear now.
This one is the demon gear. The tank gear is really cool.
I think the ninja gear is pretty cool too.
It's
but it's kind of also forgettable. Some of them like demon coat of healing and casting.
Oh, it's that gear. All right.
Yeah, I saw this gear too much. I think towards the end of Realm Reborn, I was like, everyone's using this. I don't want.
Yeah.
Because it was some of the only like really cool or like interesting gear. I would say. Yeah, it's all right gear. It's good music. Doesn't make me sleepy.
Music's
music's cool.
Oh no.
Syrcus Tower better though.
I like the violin.
Syrcus Tower is better.
Whoops.
I think this is. No, this one gives me malaise at this point.
Yeah, even the battle theme is, which we're hearing right now, is a little, malaisey.
I'd be okay with putting this in a B personally. Like I'm a bit higher.
Oh, because I'm gonna put it at a D.
Oh, okay.
I don't think
I
you're gonna
think
get.
this is about on level with
me.
Syrcus Tower. I'd probably put it at a C.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm fine with it being a C, but I personally, at this point for me, it's a D. I've had too much negative association with it at this point, but I think it averages out to a C.
Yeah, I think so.
Unless the kill wants to say D as well.
I'll say C. I like the aesthetic so much. I think this is a really cool looking raid compared to the others.
That's fair.
Okay. However, We're not
We're
done
moving on
with
to a new
Void.
expansion.
Yeah, it's time
Wow,
for
Void Ark.
Oh, this music though.
Ark.
Is this not an iconic time?
uh,
When I used to have raging strikes
mhm.
on my black mage.
Dark days. Dark
When
days.
I used to be able... No, Rono. The fun I had in this raid at Late Heavenswood when I was fully buffed by a bard and I was doing mega damage. Oh, I loved it.
Okay, so here we are in the Void Ark, which has a very cool aesthetic.
I love the aesthetic here.
Mhm.
I think Void Ark's a
very cool
fantastic place
design.
to be. I really, really like it a lot.
Yeah.
I find some of the enemies a little unusual. Lots of griffins.
True.
Yeah,
I mean,
why
the Griffins-
these griffins landed on here, man? Get out of here.
Like, leave the Void Ark alone, dude. This place is scary.
They're like rats.
I think they've seen you. You're there. You're food.
Griffins and fish.
There's some fish up here, you know?
The fish. These fish are technically cloudkin, according to the second, or no, according to the first lore book.
Okay.
I find some of the monsters you encounter a bit odd, but I love this aesthetic. I really liked how the Void Ark looked.
Yeah.
Obviously, it makes me feel ill now, but
It was
I love
different enough from the Void too, like in Cloud of
Mhm.
Darkness, where it's still
Right.
going for the purple dark stuff, but like it's
because this isn't the Void. This is a Marquee
Yes, there's a Void ship.
like
Yeah.
but
a
it's-
Marquee made vessel. So this gives
Yeah.
us great lore on Mark.
Yes.
As cool as it looks, I think it's the weakest design-wise of the three Mark series raids.
I have to think about. The other ones
I
for
need
a
to think.
second.
I need
It
to
may
see.
be so, but I'll go on
As-
its own. I'll do
mean,
them all on their own.
visually, this is really like cool. It's like Giger-esque, you know?
Yeah, exactly,
yeah.
So, I don't know.
It's very unique for 14.
I think it's just the monochromaticism, monochromaticness of it that.
I think that's fair.
yeah.
I think, yeah, there's
Yeah.
not enough difference between the stages you're in, even though you do transition a lot. I think I can appreciate that. I like the
wait.
backgrounds in a lot of it, though, with all the coffins and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is an aside, but like, did people always refer to this raid series as the Shadow of Mhach and not like the Void Ark? Because I've
People
always
used to call it the Void. Yeah,
Yeah.
people used to call
Yeah.
it the Void Ark series.
Okay,
Shadows
Shadow of
Mark
Mark
the
is what it
official
is
name.
in the in
Yeah.
the journal.
Yeah.
So I've always known as the Void Ark series, not
Yeah.
the Shadow
Yeah,
of
yeah,
Mhach.
yeah.
Which I mean makes more sense, but still it doesn't.
Yeah.
Weird.
So a couple
first
of weird
boss.
trash pools at the start. You go through some tubes and then Cetus.
Yeah, Cetus, which is a big fish. type
I quite
thing.
like this boss. Not so much now, but I think you have to move quite a lot.
I like the poo poo puddles. He like flies over and drops.
Yeah, he does like
the-
a bombing run. I like the way he sometimes does electric wall or expulsion. I like the things he drops over your head, so if you just don't pay attention, you get a puddle under you.
Yeah.
I
think
quite like the split
even
them party into two groups.
I think even at launch, this was a ridiculously easy fight, and the whole raid
Yeah.
was quite easy.
That's
Yeah.
true.
It was a new era.
I did not. The first boss, I think, is a little.
You mean the raid series for this one, or just this raid in
No, just
particular?
this
This one in
whatever.
particular.
the Void Ark?
You wouldn't dare say that about the series.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No,
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 no.
quite the opposite, in fact. So yeah, no, but
I like this boss.
I think for the
And he's
for a
not even
first
the
boss,
best boss by far, but I think he's a cool
I
stuff.
think with the build up that they're giving you here, with like all this like really like I don't even know how to describe the aesthetic here other than Giger, but like it's very dark and ominous. And the first boss you fight is a fucking fish.
Yeah, that's weird, actually.
Yeah,
I do
right?
think that's
Yeah,
weird.
but I don't expect a
Welcome.
manta ray.
Oh.
You
Oh,
know?
Bindi.
Welcome to the flying death ship of evilness.
Yeah.
Now you fight the fish.
Exactly.
Well, this is the first section. They're clearly attacking it. You can see here at the start. They're attacking the ship. And
it's like the opening
we'll
of
get
Baldur's
caught in
Gate
it.
3 when they attacked the
yeah,
Nautilus.
exactly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nautiloid. Okay. The second
Cool.
boss, however, is more interesting.
We want to talk about the forward port ventilator?
You don't want to talk about the marbles and the how you have to stand on the buttons to vent the poison out?
Yeah,
right.
The fart
You have to kill the pagans' nuts and the pagans.
You don't have to kill the pagan tentacles.
Okay.
You can easily ignore them.
Well,
I'm gonna admit something to you guys.
Yeah, right.
I've never known what to do here. I have never known.
I don't blame you.
I think I know you stand on the button sometimes,
Yeah.
and I think sometimes you kill. I just hit whatever people are hitting,
Yeah.
and I run the button sometimes.
You kill. There's that. You see that moth, the Toledo moth or whatever it's called. You kill that, and it spawns the morbol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Theoretically, between the platforms, pagans not spawn, and if they explode, it fills it with poison.
Mm-hmm.
And if it fills with poison, you all have to stand on those buttons to vent it.
You only need one person to stand on it. You need to be a conductor
it's only one
for
per
the...
button.
Is it one per button? They all buttons have to be
It's not
pressed,
actually a button. It's like an electrical thing that you have to stand on to conduct and then activate the fan.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Activate the fan.
None of that happens now.
To get out the sticky.
No,
people still
it
stand
kind
on
of
the buttons if
happens
they have
by
to.
chance.
But I feel like it's
yeah.
But it's a cool little. I think that's a pretty decent trash pull.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's eluded me for years, but you know.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. It's got you. You thinking?
Okay. Well, the next boss.
Irminsullen Sawtooth.
Yeah, Irminsullen Sawtooth, which is a very interesting.
What is it?
I'm not
Tree
quite
dog?
sure. It's.
I understand the dog.
Yeah.
What the hell is the plant thing in the middle that it's attached to? Is this like a horrible symbiotic relationship?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't like this life.
This introduced the like parasite mechanic where you become like a tree.
Oh, you turn into that little plant thing and ruin everyone else's day.
Yeah, and you want to infect others.
Around.
Yeah.
I love it.
And it had mucus spray, which is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It's so unsatisfying when you like break the mucus because it's just like it just vanishes instantly with like no sound effect. You know,
Yeah.
It's like you don't get any feedback. It's just like, boom.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
If they remade this fight, they should make it bend while you're running through it and then it pops.
Ooh.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
If we have that capability in this game.
No.
I've always liked this fight though. I think it's cool splitting the like ranged and physical, or no, it was magical and physical.
I always found it confusing as to who I could attack, but eventually I'd figure out which one I'm doing no damage to.
Yeah.
I just find it quite boring.
It is. I was gonna say that it is.
It's a little boring.
Mechanically, a little boring.
Neither of these first two boss fights have excited me.
Nah.
Nowadays, I think it's a lot more boring, but I think back then you really had to like scramble to get those like the bugs from getting eaten.
That's fair.
The heads were really a bit weird. Spawning the flies was a bit odd. I didn't know why they were there, but I like the mucus spray.
Yeah.
I like the big things that spawn on the floor and like eat you to turn you into the. It had some cool stuff.
Yeah. I think it was neat. I don't mind doing it these days.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then after that, is there like a?
There's a set of trash, but it's very forgettable.
Just trash.
Yeah, it's very fast with trash.
And then Cuchulainn.
And then it's Cuchulainn.
Why Cuchulainn? Why does he look like that?
Cuchulainn these nuts.
What happened, Cuchulainn? That's not the
Yeah.
Cuchulainn I know.
No, the
This
lore
is
is that he
really
was
cool.
a hero. I believe the lore is that he was a hero that got. I think he's a void sent. So he was a hero of the void. They got consumed, and then that's what he became.
Yeah.
Says here that Cuchulainn wielded a stone known as Aurosite to conquer their plane's primals. The weapon had a fatal imperfection, a propensity to bleed primal energies. With each victory, the heroes chained, transforming at last into fields of
There we go.
Turned into a big stink monster.
This was originally the raid wiper.
This is a fucking good fight.
Yeah.
Really
It's
good
the most
fight.
interesting fight of the raid.
Yeah. This one's hard. Like in the old days, this was hard enough like to coordinate.
Those tentacle slaps and then that frontal conal AoE for the stink gas was like not. They weren't playing around.
Yeah.
This fight what made me think there was going to be a pattern of the third boss of the first raid of every expansion would have some sort of just like bleed effect across the whole arena.
Yeah.
It didn't happen in the next one.
No.
I just thought, no, there's 2 in a row. That's a pattern.
Yeah, this is a very healers wept when they got to this part.
Everyone had a role.
Yes.
Tanks had to deal with the ball things at the Black Lung.
Yeah.
Yeah. The vomit.
It had the thing where he vomited on people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a lot of good shit. It had the foo bars.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Foo bar.
Yeah, a lot to keep track of. And the corrosive bile was very shocking the first time because it was an attack that
quite powerful.
You're used to in 14 that an attack is shot, lands, done. You've taken the damage. But here it kept going while you were standing there. You had to move out of it.
And increasing your poison stat.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That was, pretty horrible. It's quite a lot, actually. And then he does the pestilence in between
That's
phases.
A big one, yeah. You have to stand on the platforms to get rid of the bile below.
Yeah.
It had those
DC fight.
Towers.
Yeah, the towers.
Gaia towers.
Yeah.
Blood bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
When this first, you can ignore a lot of the mechanics now, but when you had to do this fight properly, it was a pretty good fight.
I wiped so many times.
Having to have people run through the Black Lungs is not really a thing because you'll normally kill it before that happens.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you don't, the whole party gets stunned for quite a long time.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to speed up a little bit. We're going very slow. The last boss of the Void Ark, Echidna, with her ass out.
God,
this was the foot boss.
You can see the back from the front. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the crazy thing is, it's a pretty accurate representation of the original monster from what I don't know which Final Fantasy it's from, but it's one we played, so it's either 4 or 6.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. I don't remember which one.
It's a pretty accurate recreation of the sprite.
Yes. This fight has a split up mechanic where all 3 parties have to tank them in different areas. She splits up. Very horrible. Her whole existence is vile.
I liked that bit. I don't really think the fight's that cool now.
The fight itself isn't that interesting.
It does have petrifaction.
It does.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. I definitely fell victim to that a few times.
Yeah.
The split, and I kind of like the ads that drop in, the 2
the blackheads.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
To this day, people still feel like they don't know which ad to grab once it splits and where to go. It always feels like a struggle.
It's anarchy now. Yeah.
They're named where they need to go.
I believe they also aggro each tank respectively. So
they do, yeah. Just wait if you don't know what to do.
And the people fuck it up anyway, and you have to provoke one of them off the other one, or they just let you have it. Fucking hate it.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
No fault of the raid, the player's fault.
Learn what Sinister and Dexter mean.
Yeah. Not much else to say about her, really. Yeah, go on, Gary.
This has a similar thing to Phlegathon, where you want to try and kill it before the second spawn of the ads, because
Yes.
If you get it before the jump too, you feel cool.
Yeah. Okay. So
the gear here is
what we can though.
Yeah.
The gear here is nothing to write home about, I think.
Really? I enjoy the gear.
Void Ark casting set. There's a bit iconic.
Yeah. It has the cool. I like that the defending set has this the long skirt. I really like when they give fending sets the long skirt. It just looks. I think it looks interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I think some of the gear here.
It's this gear. I see. Yeah.
I mean, it looks Malaysian and silly now, but when it first came out, it was pretty unique.
The helmet too for maiming and fending, really cool.
Yeah.
The music is very Malaysian. I think even at launch I didn't like
it.
Yeah, the music.
Even the battle music, which we hear now, is it's so
so operatic. But boring at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't go enough. Still though. for me, this is low B, high C, maybe around there.
I agree. I would put this at a low B or high
Oh,
C.
really? This is easily my least favorite raid. This is an E for me.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Hater extreme.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Void Ark either.
But I will say, this has actually gotten better with time because, as I said earlier, I'd rather have something short and boring than something long and boring.
Yeah.
Which some of the later raids have suffered from.
So you can't say so low B. You mean B?
Yeah.
I'd say B.
I'm anywhere between a B and a C. I think it's.
Like I
think
enjoyed
this
this entire series a lot.
I would put this at a. I'm gonna go D. So are we gonna equal out?
That averages out to a D.
Yeah, that's a D. Probably.
Okay. Yeah, it's about. Yeah, I think I'm okay with it being with Labyrinth for me because melees. I've always had some sort of melees. The two first bosses of this raid feels like shit. They're not good. I mean, they're boring, and they still are boring.
See, I'll say this. I would prefer getting Void Ark over World of Darkness. That doesn't mean I like it.
No, right.
In the Alliance raid.
Okay. Next up.
Whoa. What is this?
Here we go. This is peak.
The Weeping
Wiping
City.
City?
The Weeping City
The
of
Weeping
Mhach.
City of Mhach. This is genuinely the best experience I've had in Final Fantasy XIV.
No, not Rollo, not no.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what they say: born to shit, forced to wipe.
That's true.
So
That is true.
the Weeping, because okay, what? Okay, Weeping City of Mhach. How do
Just
we?
a legendary.
Okay, Mela. We can tell that Mela is definitely going to be high in his ranking here.
You know how much I like this, and I think it's obvious. I'm sure you know what you like this too.
Yeah,
There's lots of good here.
There's so much good there.
I have so many positive memories of just like getting so close to timing out in here, and even timing out sometimes with some bad parties at launch.
Yeah.
Launch day was so peak. And I didn't even care like losing because it just was so fun to do this raid.
Exactly. This is the first raid that I would queue up for, and I didn't even need it. I would just do it because I thought it was fun. I liked seeing new people experiencing the raid for the first time.
Laughing at them fucking it all up because I used to do that, but I know now. I know now.
I don't think I was laughing. I just liked seeing people learn.
Yeah.
Great time.
Okay, so starting off the first boss, which Arachne Eve.
Double floor arena.
It's like a three-phase fight.
There's some gator trash before this.
There's some, which
trash
is fun. They come out of the water.
The gators were cool because it's the first time you see that model, and it was like, wow, it's like a real alligator.
Yeah.
And the spiders were kind of cool.
Yeah. Okay, so Arachne Eve. That's the big
she does loads of
on
cool
screen
shit.
now. Yeah.
She does the webs on the floor, which sometimes you have to stand in to avoid getting sucked into the middle.
Yeah.
She does the concentric going out from the middle. She does Frond de Fade.
Yeah.
I think at some point where you don't.
She has the equivalent of mucus, but with webs.
Yeah.
She has the double level mechanic where she goes up in the web and you have to break through with the spider by making it die and release acid.
Yeah.
And kill the things below before she goes mad.
Yeah.
And then you also had to stand. There's the mechanic where you have to stand on the webs because she starts sucking everything into the middle.
Yeah.
And that can still kill you.
She had a lot of cool shit.
Yeah. The third phase I think is probably the one that you see the least nowadays because she dies usually very quickly after.
I think my favorite is when parties kill her when she's in the air for the second phase, and then like the web just instantly destroys and she dies. It's very funny.
Yeah. It's a solid. This is how I want the first fight to be. This is what I think World of Darkness did right. as well is that they give you a boss, the first boss, that's like, it's not too hard, but it's like, okay, shit's gonna bite in here a little bit. That's why.
Oh my god.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry.
That was scary.
Yeah, that was scary. Okay, yeah. A good first boss.
Good first boss.
Yeah.
Arachne Eve.
I would agree.
Yeah. Okay. Next
Forgal.
is okay.
Forgal.
This is my favorite boss.
Forgal.
That confuses the fuck out of me.
I know why.
Yeah.
I know it's confusing.
It is very strange.
The making you stand in the bad AoE to not lose the mechanic was so novel at the time.
That's true.
Yeah,
And watching people run away from it, but then also if you take it too many times, you do turn into the zombie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hellwind. Remember seeing that the first fucking time? Oh.
Yeah, that's very. Yeah, Hellwind's quite scary the first time when it brings everyone down to 1 HP.
Oh yeah, right.
The zombie thing is cool because the first part of the fight teaches you to avoid it, and then the second part of the fight you have to learn to do the opposite.
Yeah, that's
You'll
true.
get mega death.
And to be honest, the ads for this, I remember killing quite a few parties at launch.
They were hard.
In terms of
people didn't kill Succubus properly, and they didn't interrupt her ability.
Mm-hmm.
And then people didn't understand that one of them just can't be tanked and does what he wants, so you've got to avoid him. And the other one had that really awkward front and back cleaves.
Mm-hmm.
They were tough.
Yeah.
And this also had the eruptions around the arena, and it had the stand in a group thing, like ululation from
Combine
Cerberus.
those two. So one party had to stack while the others had to cover all the towers.
Oh, great fight.
It's just I don't know. Still holds up to this day too.
It really does.
Yes.
I love the fight.
After him,
Headstone.
we head to
Headstone.
head to the
This
headstone.
is a bit weird.
This is a trash boss technically, or like a mini boss.
Yeah.
He waxes poetic at you the whole time.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't mind. I think he's kind of cool.
Classic like split in 3 mechanic. It's essentially an Atomos fight where you split into 3.
Yeah.
You all have tasks to do. And then at the end, you have to stand at the platform to avoid being killed by his.
But you have to activate it with all 3 buttons.
Yes. Not crazy, but it's cool. I prefer these kinds of fights over trash. To be like,
yeah, I agree.
Because this like requires some coordination. Doing some mechanics
Yes.
actually. And then the big
Awesome.
the star of Mhach.
Legendary fight.
More memorable than the last boss, infamously. Ozma.
I mean, it's kind of
That's
hard.
fine. That's pretty good because the last boss is not easy.
No.
The last boss I saw many wipes on it. Not as many as Ozma, but like it still was quite strong. So
Yeah.
If you didn't get to experience Ozma day 1 or even in that first week, I'm very sorry for you because this was the best time in this game.
That was
It was
wild.
so good.
Dude, I could not. So many wipes on the first day.
Exactly.
I could not get past
Constant.
it. And then when you struggle on all the other bosses as well, on your way to the one that you probably know you're going to wipe to anyway,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
was so
You know, like-
fucking awful, but great.
You're like, this part is doing shit. And it's,
Yeah, there's
Ozma's
no
coming up.
way. There's no way.
It's-
Run
it's
out of
over.
time.
I
Yeah.
loved Ozma.
Maybe I
So
should take
many
the penalty.
mechanics.
Yeah.
Don't take a penalty.
Ozma has. I mean, how do we even
He has
describe
many
Ozma?
phases.
Has a lot of phases. Very reliant on
There's
teamwork.
no wall to your arena.
it's
No.
always
Rad.
back and left. Everyone.
Back and left.
Please
back
don't
and left.
learn this
Bullshit.
again.
Yeah. Back
Listen,
and left.
it's hard to remember. Other fights are back and right. So you
Yeah.
gotta remember which
This is-
Well, this is clockwise
Ozma
if
should
you
be
need to remember
ingrained in
back
your
and
memory.
left. Yeah.
It has 3 phases, his normal form, and then it has pyramid and cube, which come with their own relatively big set of mechanics.
Yeah.
It's the first time we saw acceleration bombs.
Acceleration mode, very scary thing to have at the time. It's a fight where killing the ads is incredibly important because they tornado your whole party down, like 3 tornadoes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It had the fucking it just turned into a black hole and sucked you in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which was wild.
Yeah.
Sent into this crazy, just like dream world where you have to kill an Atomos and then just like a bird and.
Yeah, they managed to cram in another Atomos, everyone. So
don't you worry.
Yeah, and then you go back after you have to turn. Remember, you have to turn away from the orb.
Oh yeah, simulation.
Yeah. And then back at it again.
This just required perfect play, and it was so hard, and it was so punishing.
It never stops. Like it's relentless. Like there's no breathing room. Like you have to just be on.
And the tough thing about it is that like any mistake from any party was felt wide.
Yes.
Yeah. And
which I
the
like.
Tank autos are beams, so you don't want to stand next to the tank at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
tank
should always take a side, either front left or front right, and not move from there.
I've always thought it should be front left because the orbs that spin around during the cube phase come from the right.
Yeah,
right.
And that again, they take a lot of damage. They're pretty spicy.
Yeah.
You've got loads of random. There's parts where you need to spread for the bleed splashes.
Because otherwise you
probably don't even notice that
too quickly.
Yeah.
It's
a good fight, but nowadays it is less dangerous than it was, which is to be expected.
Yeah.
But remember, just back when it was new, any mistake, it was most likely over.
The whole fight.
Yeah. So
the fight was the most fun in any Alliance raid. Well, this was the most fun I've had in any Alliance raid, like on any launch.
This was when I thought, okay, this is the one. Like they've done it now. They've nailed an Alliance raid for the first time. This is what we want.
Perfection on launch.
And then you go. So after that, we go to the last boss, Califisteri.
Which it ain't no.
She's pretty hard.
No, she is pretty hard.
She did she'll do haircut, which will cleave half the arena ideally. Yeah. Or if you got a shitty tank, potentially the whole arena.
Yes.
Yes.
High
to be in charge of swinging her so that people could stand still.
She's just showing it all off, man. Everything.
This is the feat boss.
Not even that. Just said.
Everything.
It's all there.
It's all there.
Nothing left to the imagination.
She has some cool, some of the cool mechanics. So she had the trap.
Yeah.
That would eat up a huge group of people if some idiot stood on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She had the two types of plants where you either run away or stand under it.
Yeah.
She penetrated you.
Yeah, she penetrated. You had to turn around for penetration.
That was a weird mechanic to understand. Like that, having to look away.
It is confusing. Like you don't realize that that's what's supposed to happen. Mm-hmm. It's weird how it does push you out or suck you. I don't really understand logically how you're supposed to figure that out at all.
No.
It depends on whether you face the center of the arena or away from it, which is not something you think to do.
No.
I feel like that's a case with a lot of 14 mechanics, especially some of the older ones. Just like, someone just has to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you couldn't really intuit a lot of this stuff.
It was good though. You were, you had to talk in the raid, figure it out.
Yeah.
Good time.
Okay. Right. I didn't play the battle music.
Here.
But this, okay.
I like is this the one with the flared pants for the casters? Or is that?
That's okay. I had the flared pants for the casters. Well, for both.
I
like this.
All the gear for this raid was really good. Because Void Ark kind of set the expectation. It's going to be like all kind of dark and purplish. But no, this was like the fending one had like that really colorful teal loin piece from the chest going down.
The aiming gear was amazing.
Yeah, and the big caster hat with like the nice little curve in it too.
Yeah,
it's super cool. I like it a lot.
Actually usable mix and match gear. Very good.
It's a plus for me for this gear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The music is good.
I mean,
it feels like you're like really traveling through this dungeon. Like you start in the swamp, and get to the city, climb the pyramid.
Flat.
Yeah.
Which is a real location in the game.
And like we've said, and I think is important to repeat, is that despite everything that's happened in this game, it's not that affected, like, in terms of, like, difficulty. I mean, it is easier, which is to be expected with an older dungeon, but you can still wipe a lot in this,
you can.
in this place.
It was never...
Yeah.
It was never nerfed, unlike some of the harder ones, right?
I think Ozma
it was
adjusted.
No, I don't think it was ever was. I think it's just eye level.
Oh, it's just eye level that did it?
I
Okay.
think Ozma might have been, I can't remember.
I have a faint memory, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe not. Maybe this is
It
just...
might just be.
I'll take
It
your word
might
for
just be, yeah.
I think they
I
maybe they
feel
just
like
said
they did
there's adjustments were made to Ozma's battle
Yeah.
arena or something. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I already feel that this is we're at least up. We're at least up here somewhere. I feel like Mela's.
It's at least an A.
It's an A.
A for me.
I will happily push it for an S if you'd be winning, but I think the music's not perfection.
I mean, if we all say A and you say S, I think that. I mean, how does this work?
To be honest, talking about it again has made me reconsider it being an S as well. To be honest,
I genuinely think this is the greatest alliance raid they've ever made.
You know what, Mela? I agree with you. I'm gonna go S as well.
I'll
think,
go for S. I think it's worth it.
Yeah.
All right. There it
Perfection.
is.
It was so good.
This is the greatest day for you, isn't it, Mela?
It
Yeah.
really is. It really is.
The Weeping City of Mhach.
I'm glad everyone else likes the Weeping City of Mhach.
Yeah. I think the entire raid series is really good.
It was.
Yeah.
It was a strong series.
Yeah. Okay. We have to move
Even
on.
Dun Scaith
Dun Scaith.
was
Why
pretty,
do you say even Dun Scaith? I quite like Dun Scaith. I'm higher on Dun Scaith than I feel like a lot of other people.
Yeah, I think there are some parts of Dun Scaith which grate over time. But there's a lot about it I love as well. Aesthetically, I love it.
There's some sad things about Dun Scaith, and that there's a boss that we never see anymore.
Yes,
for instance.
R.I.P. random big girl.
No,
Yeah.
It was technically it was trash.
It was trash, but it was replaced by fucking Proto Ultimate. We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
Weird thing happening there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this raid starts off beautifully in that you're on the airship leading directly into the first boss.
Yes.
That's
No, not
clever.
Dalriada, but yeah.
Yeah, Deathgaze Hollow is the first boss. Big phantom-looking dude.
It has an enrage.
It does.
It hasn't, which is neat.
First
He
boss
also
with
has
an
a lot of-
enrage. Like, no, not the first boss, but the first boss of the raid has an enrage, which is crazy.
Yeah.
You can wipe.
Hard.
You can insta-wipe on the first boss.
You can easily insta-wipe with the fact that you can get pushed off the edge. And remember in the old days, you didn't just respawn at the start, did you? I don't think.
No, you always respawned on this.
Oh, did you?
Oh, you
Okay.
did. Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still,
like
it's
this
a lot of
one-
MP to pull for everyone through.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me, but I always feel like this one was harder than the Weeping City. Like I feel like a lot more wipes happened here than Weeping City.
Well, because it's the first boss.
It is a
on the
hard
first
raid.
boss, I agree. This was rough.
Yeah. It was a rough start.
Well, actually, yeah.
I think that if this raid was like a curve, it starts off very hard and also ends very hard.
Yes, I agree
And
with
then the
that.
middle boss aren't super as much.
I mean, it has mechanics that are trying to push you off the platform or off the ship. There are no railings, so there's a lot of push mechanics and pull mechanics.
Yeah. It has the one where it insta kills you if you get pulled in and you didn't run out in time.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has several times where you need to get pushed to the edge or into the blizzards that form, or you'll die.
Yeah.
It has these big squares on the platform, which if you stand in while it's casting doom, you'll die.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the enrage because eventually they will cover the whole arena.
Yeah.
It has little tornadoes that, if you're intelligent, you place within the zones that have already been blocked up, but no one does that.
No.
Because you can't dare touch them, Mela, even when they're not active.
Yeah, I never understand that. It's a cool fight.
Yeah.
The
It's
only thing I
cool.
don't like about it is I think the only thing I don't like is the ads. I think the ads are a
The
weird
ads
feature.
feel,
It's like-
they feel too tacked on. Yeah.
I feel like it takes a little long as well because a lot of people die.
Yes.
I really like the animations on this boss. It's I don't know what about it is, but like having him like sweep from side to side, and he does like the Doom thing, where it's just like
Yeah.
on the side of the ship. I don't know, it's just enjoyable. I think he looks really
But it
cool.
also has, It has a unique song as well. The first boss of the dungeon having its own song.
Oh,
which
yeah.
doesn't play again.
I've never thought about that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's cool.
A thing with every raid up till every final raid up until Tower at Paradigm's Breach is that every boss is given a different theme.
Right.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we move on. There's some trash. There's some Atomos. No, there are no Atomos.
Yes.
No,
there is Atomos.
void crystals.
Oh yeah, they're void crystals.
But
that
void
turn
crystals.
Into,
They can turn into things.
Right.
Yes.
And you kill them quickly. And then it has the second one, which has the void dragon.
Yeah.
More
Mhm.
crystals, and they can turn into Parthenopes or something.
And then also the Ahriman that you need to look away from.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then we get.
That's essentially the only trash at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you go into Ferdiad Hollow.
That's where we get the real Atomos is.
Yeah, this guy has
Mhm.
thousands of Atomuses.
I would say Ferdiad Hollow is the weakest boss of this raid.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
But he
the
still
mechanics
has
are like-
stuff going on too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he has
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
going on.
The donuts and Dynamo or Cherry, whatever the fucking guys want to call
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
Yeah.
The flipping the switches.
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't talk to it's annoying.
I like it. People can't fucking do it.
No.
Yeah,
No.
it's too stressful.
Just give up. Let the other person do it.
Yeah, that's what I do. I usually I never touch them.
I know it's the opposite color.
Yeah.
Oh
To
my God,
whatever
watching the
the-
original version of this fight.
Oh.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. God. Yeah.
I miss her.
So
I like some mechanics. I like the scythe he drops, which people have to put on the edge. I like
Yeah.
the gold and blue Atomuses and the in and out mechanics they have.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really like the ad phase that much.
No, it's a little annoying.
No, they
Yeah.
they
I
dash
like-
too frequently across like all the way to the edge.
I like
It's
the-
kinda-
The one
I
that
like the
expands,
one-
I like.
I like the one that randomly of the ads that randomly casts a petrification that you have to look.
Oh
away
yeah,
from.
that one's a bit annoying, but
Mm.
clever.
yeah.
Whichever is the thing where the circles get bigger until when you think, oh, will it stop? And obviously it does. That's fun.
Mhm.
Yeah. I can't stop looking at that fight now because I haven't seen this
It
fight
brings
in
back great
like
memories.
7 years.
Ultimately, it was never that
No,
complicated.
it was not even
No.
that good.
No, it wasn't. It
But
was.
it's classic
but
now.
it belonged there. You know, like
Remember what was good
Mhm.
about this, though, Georgie? She
What?
dropped the blood sword.
that's true.
There was a chance that she'd drop the blood
Yeah.
sword. Yeah.
And that was a cool.
Oh.
That's one of the
I d-
nicest sword clan.
She dropped the blood sword the first time I ever did this trash fight, and I thought she'd always do it, but she didn't.
No.
Yeah, that was cool. You'll never get that anymore.
This
You'll just
fight.
get your.
So I don't know
That's
how
awesome.
we're gonna judge this, but I guess we have to judge both of the bosses that appear in this
Yeah,
place.
exactly. You still have a chance to get her,
Well,
as low as it is.
0.01%
If
chance of
Nobody
getting
in
her.
your party has the Proto Ultima quest.
How can
You'll get her.
everyone? How is it
Because
possible?
you don't bother handing it in anymore. You just pick it up and then leave it forever.
If you have this
Also-
quest active, can you please just stop? Can you
I think
abort the quest?
I think some people that have it, as soon as they get it, they hand it in and they pick it up again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because they want a second tome.
Yeah.
Mm.
By the way, I don't think that gear ever looked good for that Proto Ultimate gear.
It was okay.
I never liked it.
I
thought
don't
it was
care
okay.
for the body
chest
piece.
piece.
I
Oh,
like the glowing
right.
accessories.
Oh yeah, the
The
accessories.
accessories
cool.
are cool. Yeah.
I think it's valid. It was a nice idea.
Uh,
Weird though.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that day with Orange and Nukium.
God, we were so hyped for the Proto
Biggest
Ultima
speaker
fight.
scandal.
And we've been like hyping it up, and we're like, and I'm like looking at the show, the patch notes, and like, where do we go to do the it's not in the duty finder. We have to unlock it, and then I think Orange just said we have to pick up a quest and then enter done Scaith. Okay, we have to finish a done Scaith run. So we did a done Scaith run, and then just in the dungeon it appeared, and my heart sank. 'Cause, this is the strangest, most disappointing thing that's happened. Anyways, yeah. So the first original fight that came here, was this girl.
It's just a succubus.
Succubus, and she has like a pudding thing, like a big.
Yeah, she spawns puddings every now and then.
Yeah, she does puddings, and you fight her, and she has a chance of dropping the blood sword. And then
very strange without context. Like, if just going into Scaith, and then it was okay, I'm doing this raid. And then you jump to the panels and plays the fucking Ultima
yeah.
And it's like
Proto Ultima drops down
here.
Yeah,
going through like this beautiful garden with huge roses and hearts and stuff, and it's like extra Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah,
and then you get Proto Ultima.
This was the FanFest fight for was it Storm?
FanFest or was it PAX?
Oh, it was one of an event. I don't exactly remember, but it was originally in its own arena for the fan, for whatever fight it was.
I think it was at all the Stormblood Fan Fest in the same way that we got what's it called? Yojimbo and
Azura.
Who's the most recent one? Asura, yeah,
and Odin.
So they were teasing it. And Odin. They were teasing a fight that was going to come later in the same expansion.
Okay, we finally have confirmation, it seems. According to Gamerscape, she was removed in 3.55a.
Oh,
there is no chance of getting her ever again.
Sad.
So, yeah.
E in the chat, it's over.
It is over for her. Yeah, so that's why it's so weird, because normally they would be their own trials, but with this one, for some reason, they're like, let's just bake it into, let's fucking done Scaith.
The strangest choice.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the fight now. And I would say it's more involved than the original fight, though. This is more of a boss fight.
But I don't like him in this arena.
It doesn't fit in here at all.
It's really jarring.
This is probably my biggest draw for this one, is the fact that Proto Ultima is in here. I wish it was its own fight and not.
I agree.
Such an eyesore in this place.
Yeah, the whole place is very Alice in Wonderland, and then you just get this stupid
it's mechanically not that bad.
No, the fight is decent.
It's it's not hard, but it makes you do a lot of fun movement.
Yeah,
it feels quite fun to play through. I like Proto Ultima.
Yeah,
it's more movement heavy than it's not difficult. It's just a lot of
I think he's quite fun to play through.
Yeah,
I think early on, it was quite a tight DPS check on when he does Supernova.
Yes, the final part. Yeah, I like that the 3 tanks that you have to kill before you can kill Proto Ultima at the end all give you a full limit break.
Yeah, I was going to use that as fun.
Yeah. Okay, moving on from there, we have
Skatach.
I
think
Skatach.
I don't know if this is the case anymore, but I think at launch this was the hardest fight in the raid.
I remember wiping a lot to this one.
I remember wiping to this a lot more than Diablo.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Yeah, because she has the mechanic where you can't move, otherwise you get grabbed. She also has if you get grabbed, you start. I think you lose health you get slowed. You get
bleed and you slow down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's also the ad that you have to kill and keep away from her.
You have to pay red light, green light with the hands too.
Yes.
Yeah. That was fun.
Yeah,
that was cute. I did like it. I think it's creative.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, I think Skatach holds a special place in my heart, mostly because the guy, my friend who got me into 14, obsessed. I mean, he built a shrine.
What?
He had a little shrine in his closet with a ton of.
In his closet. No.
And I'm like, you are insane.
For a random boss from Scaith.
Yeah, and I was like, it blew my mind.
Did it have a jar?
Is he a degen?
This was before the jar era.
Oh, okay.
Is he a
Before
degen?
that.
I see.
Yeah, he had one for a Madoka Magica character too. So yeah.
Okay, so he's the kind of guy who
okay.
makes shrines.
That doesn't surprise
had a
me.
shot.
Yeah.
He only had two
I
of
can
them, but still strange
I-
choices.
Yeah.
I can see where the circles cross over between Skatach.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay. Mechanically
yeah,
heavy.
She was really hard. The thing where she jumps and does an AoE plus licorice.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't moved, you're fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when she
Jade Crust is hard to.
when
keep
she
an eye
spawns
on.
her wings, you have to pay attention to
Yeah.
where they are, and because they're not going to necessarily be in relation to her circle.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and again, they're reasonably hard to to view. You got to
Yeah.
pay attention.
Yeah.
Keeps
The
you on your
orb
toes.
that chase people around, they're pretty huge. They take up like half the arena,
Yeah.
and they're quite hard. The spinny arrow thing where it goes around in a circle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The
Ad phase.
the ad phase was very punishing back in the
Yeah,
day.
Yes.
Is it which is
and
the one
also
ad
it was
you
cool
mean?
because it had the
Or-
cute little puppets.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an interesting for an ad phase because the bar that you have to defeat it before it hits a certain point, it had to be defeated before. It wasn't that you had until all the way to the end. If it hit 80, you
Yeah.
would not survive it back in the day.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
They weren't playing around.
No.
It was a good fight.
Yeah. And also this has a very cool transition. Like once you've killed her, she falls to the floor.
Yeah,
And then it just
Mhm.
starts rising. And then you are just like presented with Diabolos, like
Oh,
with the
like
moon
the
behind him.
moon. That was so cool.
It's a cool sequence. It's
Yes.
one of
Yeah.
like the super memorable moment when they were
Absolutely.
like before they always did like super intricate cool cutscenes like this.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
It was standout.
It was very cinematic.
Really cool. That rooftop with the moon and the like the turrets and the gargoyles and that.
Yeah.
The aesthetics in this place were
Oh yeah,
really
they're like
good.
two huge statues of the like guys
Yeah.
with the orb.
Great place.
And then like the castle, like the like fucking Dracula's castle in the
Yeah.
background.
Mm.
This place was good.
Yeah, it's very cool.
First part of Diablos was fairly simple.
Yeah.
Yes, and it was.
and
But this is a long
receptive.
fight.
Yes.
This-
then he does the Lifegate thing, but when he falls off, then
Mhm.
comes back and eats Scahat's body,
Yes.
and then becomes Diablos Hollow.
Yeah.
He was not only very confusing but very difficult. Like you couldn't damage
Yeah.
him for the first huge section of the fight, and he
Right.
was guaranteeing 100%
Well-
chance, guaranteeing crit hits on the tank.
Yeah.
Yes, that would one hit. Well, if you got hit by his AoEs, that would one hit you a lot of the
It
time
was-
if you were not a tank.
Yeah.
Very highly tuned.
Yes.
I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then there's the orbs that would start on the edges and go through the middle, which
Mhm.
people, for some reason to this day, can't avoid.
Please get through a fight without these going off. I beg to see the day when you'll.
I got it. I got it
on.
I got it once, Mailer, and I was very impressed.
It's crazy. Why do you think an orb going across the arena means? Oh, pick that up.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably just thinking of the ultimate orbs, honestly.
Maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah. it's
Is this
possible.
the first? No, this would have been the second time I think we saw Earthshakers, or one of the first.
Sephiroth was the first time I saw them,
Sephiroth's the first. Yeah.
Yeah.
and he was earlier than this. He was
Mhm.
like patch
Mm-hmm.
3.2 or something.
3.2.
Yeah. Okay.
Lots of hard mechanics on this.
Yeah.
It has the 8 towers around the edges, and then the tank in the middle. Some people still try and take that aren't tanks.
Yes.
Yeah. It has the
is.
death gate you go into, like
Yeah.
one party goes into.
Mm-hmm.
It's also cool just seeing stuff again from the dungeon, or like same thing with the jester guy. It's just cool seeing him all over again. Honestly, it's
Yeah.
The
I like
chronology of
Diablos
it,
as
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Diablos is one of my favorite enemies. It's nice to see him.
Yeah.
goes
Okay.
on a little too long.
It is a very long
I agree
fight.
with that. It's a very long
That's
fight,
fair.
and when you keep dying,
If-
this was hard.
and
on the early
especially
days, but I appreciate.
Especially if you've had a lot of wipes on the previous boss, which you most likely would have
Yeah.
during the launch, and then having to go into this fight. Maybe you have like 20 minutes left. You're gonna you might run out of time, my guy.
It's a little disappointing to lose.
Yeah.
Everything else is paced well. I think because of the transition, that maybe they were kind of just tooling around with that. It just kind of add on a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Not aggravating, but just
yeah.
The music here is very nice.
Yes.
The music's good.
Yes.
The diabolic gear's not that bad either.
Yeah.
It's not the best hair, but it's pretty good.
It goes back to the kind of evil shadow looking stuff of like Void Ark. I think the caster one has like the long black dress thing with like the red.
It's black and red,
yeah. That looked really cool. Everything else was.
I think that's healers actually, because it has the little ruff.
Yeah.
Was it healers? Oh, okay.
I think the caster one was more like a normal. It like split more.
Yeah. It's just like
the healer one. This is one of the few times healers get a non-white, really cool looking piece again.
Yeah. All right.
I love the aesthetic of this place.
Yeah.
It's
really cool.
This one is visually beautiful. I mean, I'd put it around an A.
Minimum A for me.
2 A's.
I think I'm in an A as well, to be honest.
Yeah. It's hard to like. It's not Weeping City, but it is about as good as almost. Like it has. It has a lot of good stuff going. I like that the first boss has it's very aggressive. It feels very aggressive when you get in there. So I like that. Okay, Dun Scaith is an A. Okay, we're moving on to the next raid series. The Evilise.
Rabanastre, let's go.
Royal City of Rabanastre.
This was an interesting period of time in the game, wasn't it?
It was.
When we didn't know how this worked in our world.
Exactly.
This was a first.
Oh wait, that's Ridorana. Shit, wrong.
We had so many such an unusual crossover, and then we had these raids with just incredibly hard fights, incredibly punishing. Very visually nice. Rabanastre was a cool start where you're like at the steps, and then you get to run and see the beautiful breasts of Matthias. Very good breasts.
Oh my god.
And a really interesting first fight with so many little phases, lots of mini phases.
Yeah. It really felt like this entire raid series, the Ivoli stuff, it was just a step up in difficulty in general. Like the baseline, it was harder than what came before for sure.
And that's good though, because if you couldn't get through killing that red chocobo, you didn't deserve to be in the raid anyway.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this one's. Yeah, this one feels like they stepped up, and it's this. We've said this about the Weeping City of Mhach and Dun Scaith, but I cannot emphasize how fucking infuriating it was to play this at launch. Because this shit, people died on the first boss.
Yeah.
And then we got to the second boss with like 30 minutes left, and we died to that too, and then we time out on the second boss. It was wild.
A hard raid.
Yeah.
Matthias has some cool things. She had the thing where she would break away from hot woman would break away from Matthias.
Yes.
And spin around like in a cinnamon swirl on the floor.
Yeah.
And you'd have to kill the ads.
Yeah.
And you had to stand through. You had to pop the bubbles too.
Yeah, pop the bubbles. My favorite phase was when the toad spawned, and you could only breathe in the bubbles. All these idiots would keep standing in there when they got targeted and pop the bubbles. Even though you can breathe outside for long enough to put it away from the bubbles.
But it's all so good.
Yeah.
It was good.
It is.
And when people know what they're doing, it just everything falls into place. It feels amazing when you execute.
Yes.
And it does have an ad phase that you probably won't see anymore these days. But if you do, you know you're in for a long run.
Yeah.
If they see that ad phase, they will fuck it up every time too.
Yeah.
I think this was a good start to the raid. It was a good start.
Telling you, Stormblood had some good shit, guys.
I mean,
Stormblood did have some good shit.
Yeah, it did have good shit. It's just we're not going to go into that. Second boss, Hashmal.
Fucking amazing.
This is a great fight, but
so hard.
It is very hard.
Well, punishing, I suppose, is a better way of saying it.
You have to pay attention
One
here.
mistake and you're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not getting killed, if you're not getting insta-killed by the half arena slash of one of his arms,
yeah,
beware, you're getting killed by being crushed by a tower.
Yeah.
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 Okay, what I think people give it a name now. I think people have Prometheus running school syndrome. Where like when the tower is falling, they will run in the where it's falling towards them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Always so fucking funny to see.
Lots of good mechanics here.
Yeah.
Earth Hammer.
Incredible.
One thing I really liked was there's the Earth Hammer where you are all forced into one corner, and then immediately, like shortly before it even goes off, a circle spawn under everyone that you have to get out of.
Mm-hmm.
So many deaths.
I mean, I hated it, at the time because I knew we were never going to finish. You could instantly tell which party was going to pass, and
it
you
was
just
frustrating
knew.
When you had got, you'd learnt it all, and you were at a point where you were like, yeah, I think I know what's going on.
Yeah.
And then you were being dragged down by Alliance C.
It's not enough. Everyone has to be out. Yeah.
It's one of those things
because you had to.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go first.
Yeah, go.
Well, it's one thing where one person's mistake is a raid-wide problem now.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, because there's also quite a few times where you have to kill other things, like the tower that it spawns. So you have to start dodging AoEs, and then you also have to worry about the sand balls that if you don't kill them, they'll explode and wipe the raid.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was a reasonably tough DPS check on launch. If you had everyone alive, you'd be fine, but
that dot too from the flame, if you get hit cleave by the thing, the cleave doesn't kill you. It is the dot.
It's the same as haircut from Califistry at launch.
Yeah. The dot literally kills you in 2 or 3 ticks. It's crazy.
That was why I loved that mechanic, because you'd see some poor little guy live through it.
Yeah.
And then die a second later.
Yeah.
That small second of hope was like, oh, I lived. The next tick, over.
So funny.
Okay. Yeah. So that's Hashmal. Yeah.
There's some forgettable trash where some Seek get transformed, but then this is not a fight, but there is the interesting split of the 3 parties before the third fight.
Oh yeah. We
split up. I like they did a lot in this.
Yeah, they did.
You have the little dot or the notes you can read too.
Yeah, there's notes everywhere.
One group got lore, and the other group had to wait.
B gets lore, the one that goes.
This one only has the. Okay, yeah, right.
That was cool.
I liked that.
And thank God, this is when the dungeon actually forces you to split. It is already determined where the groups are going.
Yeah. For some reason, you just slide the opposite direction, even though you walk to the corner.
Yes.
It's very funny, but it's cool. It's good.
Yeah. So there's a little swimming section, and then you get to
Rofacal.
Don't forget the absolute majesty of this reveal, though, when we go from the upper section into the Lost City.
That's true.
And you see this beautiful lighting and
the god rays coming down.
Amazing.
Yeah, that looks really good. Rofacal is very impressive in many ways, but Mela already talked about it, but the figure 8 AoE is still super impressive.
Man.
That's real-time tracking somehow. I don't even know how they do that, but it's...
Me neither.
You get hit when he hits you in it.
Yeah. I've theorized this for a while. I think it's just a series of very small...
I think that's
probably
that we just don't see. Yeah. But the illusion works. It's so good.
It really works.
Yeah.
He has a lot of good mechanics.
Yes.
No one ever runs away from his big AoE he does when he flies up.
No.
You don't have
to do it sometimes.
I do it every time.
Some people
just run to
I
the
try
side.
and do it.
It doesn't matter now, but
no.
Yeah. And then there's also when he clones himself and dashes across. And there's also where where he makes it dark first, and you have to activate all the things so that like you can see again.
No,
Yeah.
you just stand in them.
Yeah, people love them. People just standing in them.
No, it has text above it. It means you can click on it. Come on.
I will say, I think any mechanic that a lot of interact mechanics in fights people miss because it's not always
Yeah,
obvious.
true.
No, it's fair enough, especially in the chaos and everything. I don't really blame people that much.
True.
I like a lot of his like the rushed mechanic followed by the 50% arena cleave, and if someone's run away, they've killed they've made everyone take a massive cleave.
Yeah. Yeah.
Funny.
All of it still holds up too. Like it's not.
Yeah.
It's definitely not as difficult as it was before, but it's still as interesting, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's a good fight.
Okay. I think the last boss now. Yeah. Arga.
Arga Saddleforth.
This also like brings
This
some
blew
really
my
cool
mind with
gimmicks.
some of it,
The confusion thing, and we have to like.
Yeah,
you
this
have
is
to
the
get
first one with confusion.
Oh, this is where it started. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was so unique. Yeah.
And
It's also you have the mask of you have to pay
Oh,
attention to whether you
damn.
do what he says or not do what he says.
remember when they had to change the text because it was too confusing? The original prompt that came up on screen, was it for the turn or walk?
No, it was the running one.
Running
because
away.
Originally, it was I think the original instruction was like scatter.
Yeah.
But now I think it's more specific and says run and don't stop running.
Yeah, flee and don't stop or something. Yeah.
I like too that with his mechanics, a lot of them don't instantly kill you. You just get was it consecration, something like that?
Yes.
The debuff that once you get enough stacks, then you turn to a zombie.
A hysterical.
I like that.
You run to the edge.
I feel like you're a
and you
chicken.
turn into either a zombie or a chicken. I
Yeah.
can't remember exactly how it works, but you can become one. Or
Is
you
it
can
depending
both,
on
but I don't
what
know
you
how.
fuck up? Like if it's the white mask or the.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, it's
But-
not just the mask too. It's the I think it's some of his other AoEs that do it.
It's a lot of these things will give you the stack.
Yeah.
It's a clever way of
Consecration will also
I
twice.
think there is a battle theme. There's a final boss theme.
There's no battle theme, but there are. It uses a number. It actually cycles through a lot of 12 and tactics music.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that music, but it's just the music from there, which makes me. I like it when they do remixes or like they'll mix in like some of 14's like leaf motifs or whatever.
Yeah.
They didn't do it here, so.
No.
We discussed. I don't remember when. I think we discussed this when we played 12 on the channel.
Yeah.
But 12's music is atmospheric but not memorable.
Yeah.
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 I like his mechanics where the AoE markers you drop the AoE markers and then have to like run to the opposite side because you have to like avoid parts of the arena.
Yeah.
Ooh, you have the scary charge meter mechanic too, which I they started doing a lot more, or they started doing in Stormblood, and they were just going crazy with it. But it was always so scary because he would drop the ads and then it would start building up really quickly.
Oh yeah.
And once you kill one or two, it'll slow down a lot, but it's just that little anxiety of like, oh shit, that number's going up quick.
Yeah.
I think that was based on where the ads previously died as to where the shards, empty soul things would spawn as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So sometimes they'd be on like a random corner.
Yeah.
So you'd have to like solo that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was good.
I
think it's a strong fight. He takes
gear.
Long. What was the gear? It was the old Euphosyne.
It was tactics
blocky gear, from tactics.
It wasn't the
the
ugliest gear, because I always associate Ridorana with the worst gear and our horrible aprons to kill.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I only like the tank gear from here, or maybe the casting.
The mystic one, which I think that's the casting one. I kind of like that. I just like that art style a lot.
Evolution style is cool. I just don't know how well it translated into 14. Is my problem.
Yeah,
some of them are better than others.
I think the Balthier gear that we'll talk about later and the Varn gear.
Oh, okay.
That was bad.
Got none of the last bit you said.
The Varn gear from Ridorana.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I really liked the tank gear here though, with like the checkered tunic.
The aiming too, with like the little crop shirt thing where it comes up to like your bust, it crops.
Yeah.
It was cool. I liked it. I'd give it's a plus for me. I'd say.
Okay.
Pretty cool game.
All right. Visually, I mean, we mentioned that the reveal of the second part of the dungeon, but I also like the first part. It really feels
I like this,
so different.
Yeah, I like it there.
Yeah, this is also a part of our world which we never have seen before, which is kind of
and we'll
cool.
never have seen since.
It was integrated well.
It
felt good
until it was ignored forever, seemingly.
Yeah, ignored forever.
But yeah, I really like the look of this dungeon.
Had a good time here.
Yeah. Okay. So, where does the royal city of Rabanastre then place?
It's hard because I want to say S, but I feel like I would put the others in S before this one.
Ah, interesting.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking like
A,
B, probably more A.
I'm thinking B.
It's a tough one.
This one's hard.
I'd be fine with an A if everyone thought that.
I'd be fine between the two. I think there are like I don't like going back to this one.
No, this one's very long.
I don't mind. It's actually not. It might feel long, but it's actually
it feels long.
It feels long.
Really?
It's
not actually that long.
The length never got me on this one, honestly.
I don't mind. I don't mind going back to this one because it is quite short.
No,
I think the bosses there were very good, though.
I think
out of the Elysian ones, this is more up there for me. Than
they had the guest designer too for a lot of the final bosses, being the Goro guy, and they were really cool designs.
Yeah, Garo guy did good.
The big spikes and everything.
Okay, so A or B, but you have to say one, Mela. You have to
I'll say A.
Okay, so it's an A then. A. Okay. Next up, we have the Ridorana Lighthouse.
Oh, baby.
Or the Pharos at Ridorana, as it was called in 12, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, this is my least favorite of the 3, I think.
Really?
Oh, really? This is my favorite of the 3.
You know why it's his favorite, Mela?
I know why it's his favorite, but for the same reason that you love Construct 7, I despise Yasmat.
Oh, right.
It's a fucking shit fight, but it starts off strong with with the Ewer mechanic.
Yeah.
He was really hard.
Yes.
I found him really tricky to read. You know the one where he does the quadrant of the arena pushback?
Yeah.
I found that pretty hard to read early on. Like, it took a long time to get that. And some of his other mechanics are pretty high hitting, pretty hard.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
cool looking as well.
Another one, like it was good. It felt good going into this dungeon or this raid after Royal City because they hadn't like. I was worried that we're gonna get the next one and they're gonna pull back. You know, they're gonna be like, okay, went too far with Royal City. No. Gloves are still off.
Stuck with it, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I like it when they do that.
Yeah. Yeah. This one's. I mean. This is an iconic first fight. I feel like all of them are iconic.
They come out the door swinging, absolutely.
Yeah.
I always start with the Zodiac things.
Yes.
The summons.
The Zodiacs.
What
are they called again? The
Espers.
Espers.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because I don't care as much for. I do like 12, but I always find it difficult to remember which ones are which.
Okay, right. Yeah.
If you told me like Belias, it would take a long time for me to remember what it was in this game.
Belias, I remember because it's the first one you encounter in 12. That's like the Ifrit of 12. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we do.
This had ads which did raid wide. Cap like specific damage, so you had to kill them at a certain rate. It wasn't like it was.
We're talking about the trash.
Yeah, the trash calls, which made you. It was like the things from Sephiroth, binners and dinners and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was neat. Weirdly, that
liked
arena for it was so small too. Like
Yeah.
a really tight area.
I think they were a good trash pull.
Liked it though. Liked it.
Yeah.
And then it's Belias.
Second boss is Belias, the Gigas.
Yeah.
He has this like directional
The rush
mechanic.
It wasn't very hard, but it was kind of cool.
It wasn't.
He had the thing where some squares were fast and some were slow, which again was
Yeah, there was
cool,
like a
I
time
guess.
mechanic.
Yeah.
Um,
And sometimes it would combine its rush, where you have to pay attention to what squares it's going to run on, with the things around the corners where you have to make sure that they're facing away from the party.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
that's true.
Wasn't there also a chain mechanic here where you could like fuck up
There
everyone
is.
else too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, if you run the chain through
you
people,
just
it will
away.
freeze them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just face
Very
away from
funny.
the
Yeah.
Why would they let you do that? Come on.
Not a big fan of, but I think he's a
it's
pretty
not
big
a
boss,
it's not a
though.
great fight. It's probably the weakest out of all of them,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
I like his mechanics. I just don't think nothing it does is particularly punishing.
no.
I like his
Yeah.
mechanics elsewhere when we see him again.
Yeah,
Right. Okay, and then we
didn't like this ad phase.
we do this ad face that's on
showing.
screen right now. The
Instead of trash now, it's not that
Really
exciting.
didn't like this.
nah.
But I liked that you could kill them before they spawn, which is kind of neat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get to the best boss.
Construct 7.
Oh my god, a legend is born on
Yeah.
this day.
I remember a decent amount of wipes here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Me too. He hit hard.
Yeah.
He had some mechanics where you had to move quite a lot.
Yeah.
Mhm. The spinning around was
That got
quite
fast.
fast.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You had to be ready to.
A lot of people were caught off guard having to remember prime numbers all of a sudden.
One is
Yeah.
not a prime number.
One isn't a prime number,
That's
even though
Famously
By all-
not a prime number.
by all definitions it is. It isn't.
It's not.
Oh, it's so good.
Prime number requires 2 integers.
Yeah, so you have to do math in this. Very, I mean, some would say
Pretty
very
simple
simple math, but
Yes.
But
Yeah.
again, it really, when you don't notice what's happening and it says divide by 5 or whatever,
yeah,
and you haven't noticed that your health has been brought down to 3.
right.
Like it doesn't signpost you. So,
I will say, divide by 5 is one of the easier to
oh,
figure out.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if
But
your
you
health
don't
wasn't
know-
brought down.
Well, yeah. True. But
Yeah.
like you gotta keep your eyes open.
Yeah,
In this fight.
yeah,
Enjoyable. It's funny every
It's a
time.
good fight.
yeah.
I mean, if they didn't, even if they didn't bring your health down, there would be a trick to figuring
Oh,
out
yeah.
3s.
Yeah.
There's I mean also if you're a good little boy, you get the damage buff too, which feels nice.
That
Yeah.
feels
Yes,
good.
it praises you for being smart.
Yeah.
If you have to look down and see how many
It
ticks
take-
everyone's got.
It praises you for fast mental math. It reminds me of grade 2.
Hey.
Those were the years, right, Georgi?
It had some of the cool mechanics, like the one where you kind of run around while he's doing pulverize and see where it spawns, so you have enough time to make it out.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
you
one
get
where you have to
sucked
go
into
to
the-
the side of the arena.
You get sucked
The
into
other
little
dimension.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's the mini dimension thing.
And it has different mechanics for each party.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of neat. And if you get out early enough, you watch him dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can come back and see him dance if you
Yeah.
get back
Yeah.
right after the raid finishes.
Yeah.
Good fight. Very good fight.
Which is then followed by Mela's what Mela hates.
Why do you just
Yes.
like Yasma?
Yasmat.
Hey shit, he takes years.
That's true.
He's like, some of his mechanics are kind of cool. If he didn't have a mechanic where you had to destroy his heart, which did like 70% of his health as damage, think how long this fight would take. This would take hours, and that would upset. I really didn't like Yasma. But some
Nah.
of his mechanics are fairly, they're cool.
I
and
agree
kind
with
of
you.
short.
Yasmat does feel very long. Some
Yeah, I
of
can
that is
understand
because
that. Yep.
they do give you a false impression of how much HP he has, because you have to do that. You have to attack the heart, the core, or whatever,
Yeah.
and then it'll like slash down when you finish. like a. Oh, there he is dancing.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the magnet mechanic. There's the there's the north and south poles where you have to make sure that you stand on the right side so that you don't get sent up during the dust storms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those stomps too.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Fast.
They will.
They are
fast and they rack up.
Yeah.
You got to be. It's very easy as a range in this fight, but as a close range person, you got to think what's going on.
Yeah.
The
You will turn
tornado
quick
for
and
the
you will
longest
stomp.
time. Yeah, the tornado for the longest time. I didn't really understand how you're supposed to survive it. As far as I can, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think you just have to stand near enough to the center because it pushes you outwards.
Yes. Sure.
I don't remember that.
Yes. I don't remember.
It's the one where you all get. It's the one where you all get picked up and you get blown around
spin
in a
around.
circle for.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Probably.
I remember that.
I think even in its how it is now, it's not too far off. Aside from just higher eye level and more damage, you still see a lot of the stuff you did before for the most part, and you still have to keep an eye on some stuff.
Yeah.
like the stomps or
I don't really think you ignore any mechanics in any of the fights for this raid.
Yeah.
Don't.
No.
Says here, Yogi, if you still have the floating debuff from magnetic lysis when cyclone goes off, you'll be thrown out the arena.
How do you still have it?
I don't know. If you shit.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Visually, it kind of looks very much the same as the Royal City, at least for the first half.
I think visually it's not as strong as
I don't think it's
Rabanastre.
I agree.
But I
say
think
we're in like a lighthouse.
Yeah.
the best part is the middle when you see all the gears and like the
yeah
the
how far you go up.
Yes.
I think the
That
top
part
is
I
very
like.
cool as well.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yasmat's arena's okay, but the fight's not. It's a massive lighthouse though.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
ridiculously big.
Same thing with the music as before. It is Tactics and
Yeah.
12 music, and it's no remix, so it's good music. But I like remixes like they do with everything else.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
the gear is
This is
It's
the is
okay.
this the like
I think-
apron?
Yeah, this is the one. This is the one in the apron. I
Yeah,
think
shit
the only
for
one I
us.
like is the only one I think I like here is the monk gear.
there are
which is based on
more
Baron.
losers on this one than winners, but
Yeah.
I still enjoy them.
Yeah. Okay, so if we are to rank Ridorana Lighthouse, where do we go?
It's an A for me.
Probably a B.
Yeah.
I'd be cool with B.
Okay. That would put it at B,
Yeah.
unless you disagree at Likio.
Yeah, I have to put. Yeah, I agree. I think B is where it has to be. It's too yeah. The bosses are stronger to me in Royal City than they are in Ridorana. Although Construct 7 is fantastic, but yeah. Okay. Next up, Orbonne Monastery.
The goat.
This
Really?
has an iconic boss, at least one iconic
It
boss.
does. Yes.
Has a couple of cool bosses.
It does have some
Very
cool
hard,
bosses.
long bosses, but it has a couple of cool bosses.
And you get to
Yes.
admire Fran for a little while too.
That's
She's
Yeah, that's
a
true.
little run. Very cool preview at the time.
That's true. Yeah.
Visually, I like this. I think I
Starting
like the
as a
start
little
of this
more
one more
jungle.
than any other section because you're
yeah,
just
the
out.
start
in
is
the jungle.
beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very quickly fades away when you get indoors, but the outside's really cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You fight some junk here, some trash in the jungle itself.
Horror. This is the
Yeah.
first time you see the horrible face birds.
The
Yes.
nice face birds, I love them.
Yeah.
Make sure to look at their giant face.
La Creatura.
Yeah.
And then we make our way into the monastery and we fight Mustadio, who's
Stadio
Iconic.
Bonanza.
yeah.
I love the voices for this.
Oh, this
Yeah.
voice is yeah.
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 And
I
I love
love
the
it.
modulation on there. He sounds cool.
I love that every fight in this raid is voiced.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
I think it's
And-
the first raid where that's the case.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that they finally gave tactics some love in the Ivalice series. It felt like it was very, very 12 heavy at first.
Yeah.
And they started pulling out some like the Argus or Agrius and Mustadi, and I was like, oh cool, it's all the characters.
Yeah.
I like this fight.
This fight has
even though realistically, when you really think about it, facing the gap in your armor towards him doesn't really make sense.
No, it's telling you
this fight.
That's your vulnerabilities or the other spot.
It doesn't
it doesn't really visually show it the right way.
No. But that is a cool mechanic.
Yeah.
A lot of the other mechanics, whatever, like left and right hand gun, whatever. But that's really
But the camera pullback.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Like it's seeing that in the patch trailer, I was like, oh whoa.
Yeah.
And I like the awakening of the things that spawn either the square or line or
oh yeah, and you have to figure out where you got. Yeah. I think Mustadi was a good fight. I really enjoyed it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, and then I don't remember the trash is. Oh, this the one. This has traps too, doesn't it?
Yes, traps.
There's traps on the floor that you can trigger.
No, you're thinking of Delubrum Regine.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Sorry. I just suddenly remembered. Kind of looks the same
I
in
have
there.
a strong.
Yeah. No, this. What is the trash between Mustadio?
And there's none. It goes straight to
Agrius. Oh, it just goes straight to Agrius. Oh, see, that's what it is. Okay.
It's just that woman with sword.
Agrius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Woman with sword,
This was a cool.
I like having to use. There's two duty actions: the sword or shield, and I like having to protect yourself from a lot of her mechanics.
Yeah,
I feel like a lot of people don't do the shield very well. They kind of just click it once and run away.
Yeah,
you got to wait for the mechanic to go off.
Yeah, and remember, it's where you face too, so that's important.
Mm-hmm.
Think about what you're doing.
I think Agrius, her 14 design, like her monster design or whatever, when you fight her, is really cool and echoes like it's a cool build up of her original design.
Wow.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, big.
But I like it's just the big like blue like kind of dress skirt thing, and it's cool, and I like that. And she's talking to you and saying like lots of cool quotes. I like it when bosses pontificate at you while you're fighting them.
Yeah,
with like a really grandiose voice.
Yeah.
I think she had a bunch of fun mechanics, like when you get imprisoned and you slash them out of it.
Yeah.
And the 3 ads are quite interesting because you have to you utilize different job action mechanics depending on which alliance you end up in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was pretty neat.
And I like how every now and then one party will get pulled to dimension where you deal with like the ghosts.
Yeah.
And also one party will get trapped in the crystals that the remaining one has to use the sword to break. So they can not get hurt by the AoEs.
It's a nice little change of pace, whereas usual to make something interesting sometimes or different in raids, they'll do like, oh, you have to interact or like here it's kind of cool that you get the action instead. And this is this was the action expansion where they added that. So
yes.
I liked how they used it here.
Following this boss, is there anything in between here?
Trash.
Just trash.
You have some actually kind of hard trash with you have to step on the gates. It's not hard now.
No, the initial 3 are nothing. The one that comes after that makes the gate similar to the bibliotap. I like that they included that in.
It was like a ghost thing. It was like the ghost, and then that was.
I don't think the aesthetic of this part, any part after Agrius, is that nice.
It goes grim.
Right.
Very grim, very weird looking, very Amdapur.
Yeah, it's got that kind of no color, kind of like mono.
It's very PS3 360 era color scheme.
Ico. It's fucking Ico.
Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah. Thunder God.
This
I'm going to be honest,
this is it.
This is an amazing fight, but I also fucking hate it.
Goated with the sauce.
Yeah.
It's sauced up.
No,
his
I
voice.
have had birthdays in between starting this fight and finishing this fight.
I don't care. I want to spend time with him.
Yeah,
he's dope as hell.
I can't deny that this boss
It's
is
a
pretty
good
good.
fight.
Yeah.
They look what they did to my boy. They massacred my boy.
He's been massacred.
They nerfed him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why?
he didn't deserve him there.
He has really cool mechanics. He pontificates at you as well, which I like.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
A lot of his mechanics are not telegraphed. Well, they are.
I like that.
not. There's no visual. There's no ground telegraph. It's only you have to pay attention.
I think most of his mechanics are not one-shots, though, and therefore you should be able to learn them. I think it was fairly designed, and I think there was no need to nerf it.
I agree. I think it's like a more straightforward Ozma, too.
Yeah, it is, exactly. There's no, like, falling off. There are a couple mechanics, like if you place your shadow blades badly, you'll get punished. But you should get punished for that.
Yeah.
This was during a time when they spent like a huge period of time having punishing alliance raids, and he was hard. But I genuinely don't believe they should have nerfed him.
Yeah, it's sad. I don't know, but I think he's still good in his current format. It's still enjoyable.
It's a great fight.
Yeah.
He's still clearly difficult. People still die to this.
Oh yeah.
Quite
Yeah.
I like even the simple mechanics like splitting the group into the two AoEs.
Yeah.
This thing that's happening now where it chases you. Just lots of cool little mechanics.
Yes.
I think one of the only things you won't see nowadays is the ice thingies spawning.
Right.
Oh yeah,
that's just gone.
I liked that too because you had to like make sure you'd rush to the correct one.
Yeah.
I think he just skips the phase. I think because of the damage. Like that.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. And then there's this like middle phase.
He also has. Yeah, there is this ad phase.
Yeah.
He also has the he has Hellwind, but you have to heal them up, otherwise they'll die.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
True.
That one was good.
Cleansing
strike.
A lot going on. Very hard at launch.
Yeah. This phase was fun because it had the weird AoEs where it would do like a donut or a blob, and then it would do the opposite afterwards. So you had to go like out.
Yeah.
Oh, and if you're a pro, you position it right so your pirate party can just like sidestep really quickly.
What you do on is you put it on another alliance.
Yeah.
I feel like this part in particular is the most in game where I've seen alliances fucking yelling at each other, and you can very clearly see why, because you'll just look over to your left and you're like, the sea is down.
Yeah.
And we have ice to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's great. I love it. No notes.
Yeah. It's just good. Iconic voice lines that are quotable. Yeah. I mean, most people, when they think Orbonne Monastery, think about this boss.
I think so.
Who's the last boss of this raid?
The ultimate.
Fucking important.
Yeah, I know, but isn't it funny that most people think about Thunder God and not fucking Ultima?
I think she's a really good fight.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
She is. But Thunder God's just so good.
Yeah, she gets a little bit califistried, but she is more important.
Yeah.
This guy's an absolute.
He's a beast.
Boss. He is a beast, but.
All right. Yeah.
Does he have a mechanic where you get pushed into a little shadowy maze and have to run through and not touch the edges? No,
I love that. She has some fun mechanics.
She does, and I like the little narrative cinematics they go along with too. It's like, oh, it's the warriors of light from tactics protect you in the bubble, and she's like breaking into the bubble but the cinematics going on while you're still playing.
She has a slobbery second mouth.
I love that slobbery second mouth.
That's true.
Yeah. The amount of times healers stop healing during the bit where everyone's taking loads of damage.
It's a heal check. It's not a cutscene.
No.
It's a heal check.
She has a lot of really cool, like even in her first phase, the Grand Cross thing where you have to see where the three ice things drop is cool.
Yeah.
The demi versions of the Espers is mad.
Yeah.
And when it does them all in that really fun sequence,
it brings
when
them
I don't
all back.
Damage, I feel like a boss.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's really cool.
I like when it splits. It uses the ice to split the arena.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
everyone wants to stand right near the front, but they all get splashes on top of them.
Yep. Yep.
And then you're lucky because you've got a whole section to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Seeing all the espers again too.
Yeah,
It's
it's
fun.
cool.
Yeah.
And all at the same time.
Yes.
And then in the second phase, she starts moving her mechanics before they
Oh,
cast.
yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That was
yeah.
annoying.
Yeah.
They know what
There's
they were
the
doing.
clashing
Yeah.
with her little demon thingies that she summons.
Yeah, you get a buff for a damage buff for doing it too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
know
They
that.
go around the circle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's called like Defiance or something like that. If you block it, you get a little damage buff for like 30 seconds.
Yep.
She has a lot of mechanics.
She has a lot. I'm trying to like think of all of them, but there's so many. I mean, it's a lot going on. Very busy fight.
This is one of the few times where I feel like this definitely feels like this is the end of the raid series. You know,
Yeah.
like it's really built up to this.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
Diablos did that. I don't think Crystal Tower did
No,
it
they
too
didn't
much
have it.
Darkness. They
I've
didn't.
done this a bit, but not
Yeah.
as much.
Yeah. We'll talk about the ones later. But
Yeah.
yeah. This was again. Love this raid.
It is
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I think she was a good fight.
Okay.
I really like when you get to do the maze.
Yeah. So overall, then, for the whole raid, visually, how do we feel about the visuals of this raid?
I only like the first
It's half
section.
good and it's half not good at all, really.
Yeah, it gets
I don't
Weird
even
DMs.
love the dungeon-y part hugely. It's like a worse version of like the late half of Rabanastre.
yeah.
I only like the
Yeah.
jungle for me.
The jungle part is nice.
The cinematics though really bring it up for me too in the presentation.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It's
I
very
think this is
cool.
the best usage of 12 music. I think this has the best, or Evilise music in general.
Yeah.
And I love the aiming gear because that's the Balthier gear.
Oh yes. Yes, that's good.
Yeah. Ooh, the fending and the maiming gear that where it's Agrius's coat. I
Oh, yeah.
really like it.
Yeah.
It's a
I
really
really
nice
like
one.
the casting gear like robe. The healer one for some reason was mustard yellow.
Yes.
It's
the color scheme of
Mm.
that
Of
world.
tactics.
Tactics.
I think that was the Oracle's color in Tactics.
There
Maybe
you go.
it's what
Oh
I've
my
always
God.
wanted to be.
An oracle.
But it's
A condiment.
Yummy.
It's actually pretty decent again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
it
we're
is.
not talking about the narrative, but I mean the narrative ties into the fight too, which is cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very, very fitting.
The Ultima part specifically is, I mean, has repercussions
Crazy
for
revelation.
the world lore.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Like, this is important for like this gives us lore on Auracite.
Yep.
This gives us lore on like a lot of shit.
Yeah.
This
we've-
is tied in. This is tied into the heart of Sabik now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Sabiki. Like this is such important lore for 14 going forwards that pretty sure we have to come back to our world's Evilise at some point.
It
right?
is shocking if we never do, I think, because
We kind of have to. I think within the next 2 expansions we'll be here to kill, don't we?
I think so too.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's I gotta say yes.
Okay. I'm gonna
I'm
go
gonna
high
say
as well,
A.
but
I'm going to say A as well.
But I'm happy with it goes
Like
high.
I think out of all the Evilise rate, it's the best one.
I think that's fair.
I-
The issue is,
the thing is, I agree.
I don't want to do. I often don't get happy. This is one of, I think, the Evilise raid that suffers the most from getting it now in the roulette.
That's true.
the
It
one I
sucks
don't
to
want-
get
I
on the
want the
roulette,
least.
but
I like doing it though. It's still fun.
they nerfed
See, I
Thunder
don't-
God, which has made it easier to do it now. I don't think I wipe as much in Orbonne when we run them.
It doesn't feel like it takes as long as
It
Ridorana,
used to
at
feel
least.
for like forever when Thunder God was at its peak.
yeah.
Uh,
I
I
just
don't mind
can't put
getting
it
it.
at
I
S.
don't love getting it.
I just
It's-
can't put it at S because I don't like it as much.
no, that's
Especially
fair.
in comparison to like
Yeah.
Weeping City too. Like I think it stands up there with it for sure.
You know what? For the same reasoning that I gave Mhach an S, I think I have to give Orbonne an S
fair.
too, because at launch this was crazy, and that was the same shit with Weeping City, and I feel the same when I get Weeping City. I still get like, this is a long dungeon.
It's different for me as well, because unlike Weeping, Orbonne did not make me want to keep running it as well. That's my personal experience.
I
liked it, but like it didn't have the same. I didn't necessarily. Unlike Weeping City, I got frustrated at new people when I jumped into Orbonne.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Love it. I love that feeling.
I have to put it on S. I otherwise my Mhach S doesn't make any sense. Okay. We move on now.
Time for the bottom of the board.
Let's go.
Time for us to fill out that bottom of the board that looks so empty there.
Okay. Well, let's give it a fair shake. Okay. We are now on the near raids.
It's not about the story here.
No, it's not about the story, which will help it. So.
Serial jointed command model.
I'm glad that. I'm glad that you looked that up, because I would not remember the name of the boss.
This is the one that had the big arms. It was in the square arena. It did have some cool mechanics, and it did introduce us to balls, which we'll see forevermore in this series.
I love the bolas.
The near balls.
I like the floating ones that like go in the squares, and you have to avoid them because people still get caught in those.
Yeah, I like that. I like the ring that like goes outwards, like jumps outwards, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, this fight takes.
This is
2 or 3 decades.
This is a pattern that you'll see in the entire raid, is that all the bosses take fucking forever.
All the bosses take too long.
I agree with that. There is one that I don't feel like it takes long because I enjoy it mechanically too much.
Well, okay, we'll get to it. Serial jointed command model.
He has a lot of mechanics. He hits quite hard. When these raids came out, they were quite hard.
Yeah.
But more because the enemies had like twice the HP of anything before them.
I would say it's a little bit lower than Ivalice in terms of difficulty, and in general.
Yeah, probably.
I think they're maybe as punishing as Ivalice. They're just...
Yeah.
I do think it's still quite... I think it's still... This is still closer to what I want the difficulty to be.
Yeah.
I think Ivalice is probably the goal, but this was a good attempt in terms of difficulty level, if not HP amount.
Yeah. This boss, the first boss, is essentially just dodge AoEs or the balls, and kill it.
The trouble is, for a good fight, you basically want it to be very hard and to go through one full rotation of mechanic, because then it's all fresh. When you're going through the full rotation of command mechanics within the first 10%, and you just repeat them 10 more times, that's not a well thought out fight, and that happens a lot in near raids.
Yeah,
it's interesting you say, because at least 2 of these fights you don't necessarily repeat them that quickly.
Well, this one you do. The first one you definitely do.
Yeah, the first one
blows his load in like the first 10%. And
this guy's not that good. I don't like serial jointed command model.
I have nothing to say about the trash that comes after this.
No, we can. The trash are near. It's near. Well, there's the tank and the
tank one was good.
Yeah,
it's kind of okay.
Yeah,
some of the trash and some. This one doesn't have the laser hallways, I think. That's
laser hallways great.
Good.
But that's later.
Yeah.
Hobbs
is the best fight.
This one is the best.
Hobbs absolutely.
Yeah.
Hobbs is the only fight in this one.
Yeah.
I think Ness is a good fight that is too long. And also suffers from the fact that he jumps away. Hobbs is good because one, he doesn't really repeat mechanic.
No.
Not
Like,
hugely.
because they always
A
get
little,
they get combined with other things,
Yeah.
and
sure.
it's different for each raid.
Yes.
Alliance
Yeah.
of the raid.
Yeah.
That
That
really
is the
helps the
main
replayability.
plus of-
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The mechanics in each one are also not only different, but like different in a fairly significant way.
Yeah.
That it's really like they are. Hobbs
And-
is good.
And the fact that the basic mechanic that each alliance has to deal with interacts differently with the mechanics from the outside as well makes it more interesting.
Yeah.
They did a good job on Hobbs. Weirdly
Hobbs was good.
Portal-esque.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of like GLaDOS.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
I can see the argument that Hobbs is too long, but as I said, this is the one that I feel like I enjoy it mechanically. What?
That one's long. I'm just thinking about what's coming after this. It's so
Hobbs is
funny.
actually-
Hobbs is too long.
No, yeah.
No, I said I can see,
I'm
I
making
can
fun of
see
the people who say
saying
it.
that-
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Hobbs
Yeah,
is the one
because
who
I
makes
enjoy
it.
Hobbs enough that like it doesn't feel long to me.
I
Yeah,
like
no.
Hobbs. He's the only one I like.
Well, you thought the king
Angles.
of long fights has arrived.
Literally,
Let's go.
I started this fight in 2003, and I'm still doing it.
You get halfway through this fight and you think it's over, but no, you're only halfway through.
I
There's
fucking hate Angles. Oh, he's so shit.
Angles
And
looks...
I played Nier Automata, and I loved Angles in Nier
Yeah.
Automata because he was a good character in Nier Automata, and it was a cool fight. He's shit in this.
This, I mean, visually impressive,
Yes.
He's a big boy.
but
He's
my
very visually
fucking
impressive.
god, it
Rollo only
takes so
likes him
long.
because he has Mark Smash.
Yeah, it's a communist robot.
Funniest shit ever. He's hitting you with the literal means of production.
Yeah, that is the only reason you like him. But God,
10 out
Angles
of
is
10.
I really can't do Angles anymore.
I think some of his mechanics are cool, but even then, they're not that difficult to avoid. They are pretty powerful if you get hit by them.
The worst part about Engels is that you feel like you've done the fight forever, and then you hit a point. It's like oh, it's over. No, there's another phase.
Yeah.
There's more. Oh
Yeah.
my
has-
god.
It has technically two ad phases. It's the one before he destroys the first platform, and then you need to destroy his spinning fucking blades that are coming
God,
in.
Yeah.
I think if they took off like a quarter of his
Yeah.
health or like length of the
Yeah.
fight, I would really enjoy it a lot more.
I would say half of his
Yeah,
health.
half,
Yeah.
I mean, but I enjoy it otherwise. I like
I
the
do
big
really
like the really big soak mechanic or the meteors that everyone has to do.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
nice too.
the some of the mechanic. We're
Some
shitting
of
on
them
Engels,
are
but
okay.
he does do the problem I have is with the length of the fight, not the mechanics of the fight.
That's all of Nier's biggest weakness. It's
Yeah.
just the length.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
And it's 9S operated walking fortress.
yeah.
9S, I
Yeah.
enjoy mechanically. The
Yeah.
issue is the amount of times he's unattackable.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the only mechanic I enjoy for 9S is the bombing run thing.
See, I don't like the bombing run. That's one of the most annoying because you
Bombing
can
run.
hit him.
Well, in terms
Oh,
of what you
right.
actually do during it,
Right.
and maybe when you have to kill the tanks and hide behind the other one or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, he just basically does front and back or side attack
Yeah. He loops a little bit too quickly for my taste.
yes.
very quickly.
Because again,
and he
it's
lasts
been
ages.
it's not paced correctly. It's too
Yeah.
long.
I don't particularly like him either.
So okay, so that's the bosses. Visually, what do we think?
Brian
I don't hate
boring and ugly.
I mean, it's
No, I
Nier.
kind of
It
I
is
like
near. I
It's-
mean, you
I don't mind
recognize it
this
as near, which is cool.
It's
Uh,
not the Tower Paradigm's breach.
I
No.
like the first section where it's the
You see the
factory
greenery.
and there's a little bit of greenery because that for me shows a very near aesthetic with
Yeah.
the browns, greys,
Yeah.
and greens.
Yeah.
So
I don't like
This
the
is-
end section.
this is one of my biggest criticisms of the Nier raid is that they did it too early. They blew their load on all the really cool stuff way too early. Because like the final song here, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's Prelude mixed with Weight of the World, which is like
Yeah, the
credit-
best one they did.
Yeah. And it's like the credit song for Nier. It's like that. You should have saved that.
Yeah.
I think this is the best of the remixes they did.
Yeah,
it's just
I agree.
Graded with Waste of Blood was the best song in the whole series by a mile.
Same thing with like the gear. I do not think you should have gotten...
I got my...
Yeah, why did you do that for the first one?
Yeah.
And then they had nothing for the rest of it because, oh shit, the only character anyone wants.
Well, they had a chance to do near Gestalt gear and they didn't do it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they made even the actual like gear that drops here is pretty nice.
It is. That should have been the last thing.
It should have been the last set. But the fact that the 2B coffer is here,
that was game changing for people who glamour in this game. By the way, like that, a new era was born after these raids came out.
Yeah.
Even the minion being Pod is the iconic minion.
Yeah. Again, the entire load on the first one.
They did too much on this one. Like, I mean, I suppose I will give it bonus points for the fact that the rewards here were phenomenal.
Yeah.
The near raids,
rewards
I think in general, have pretty good rewards. I mean, this one is the only one, the 2B, but they have tons of rewards.
Yes, so many rewards. Lots of Orchestrion rolls. 2 minions per.
Yeah.
Because there's the rare variants you can shiny hunt.
Yeah.
The fact they dropped 2B gear and she is the best girl is a bonus.
Right.
Even if it breaks your ankles.
Yes.
It breaks your ankles, but it enhances your ass like nothing else in this game.
Oh my God.
It has an infinite effect on the ass.
That is so crazy that it actually like inflates your ass a little bit.
Yeah.
Rollo, remember when the shear parts bleached your skin?
Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah.
I didn't get for a long time.
Yeah. Okay. Music. We haven't talked. We did mention this music is a banger. This remix.
I like the music. I don't like the visuals. I don't like the fights.
It had just near music for the rest, which is good, but like for the remixes.
Yeah.
This suffers from it has the least variety in its music.
Yeah.
But the final song is the best. For me, it's like a D.
I also think it's about a D.
I'm higher on it. I think it's a B.
A B for Copied Factory? Oh goodness.
Yeah, like I think it's all right.
No, it's a D for me. I cannot give it
just to a D
any higher than D. Okay, well that lands it on a D.
No. See, that's the issue. I don't think anything is going to be an E.
What?
Who knows?
You never know. It doesn't matter if nothing's going to be an E. It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
That just means we're very happy with the lineup rates in this game. Okay. Next is the Puppets Bunker.
Puppy Bunker. Let's go.
The thing here is this one starts off. You're right into the action when you go up against 813P operated Aegis unit.
These are brilliant names.
So memorable.
I'm going to be honest with you.
I quite
like this fight.
Yeah, I will say
it's cool.
I don't mind this fight either.
Yeah.
But I will say it is Ozma at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the mechanics in this fight, like the thing where it spins around with the AoE and then slows and you have to like pre-position a little bit. Very good.
Chat brought up something that happened once. I was doing this raid on stream and Rollo was there and I tried to get his attention and he ignored me. So during the second fight, I rescued him into an insta-kill mechanic.
Oh, that's funny. Rollo,
I was just chilling.
He was just chilling. This is the butt plug, right?
Yeah,
I see. It looks like a butt plug.
When he does the vent things, because it's
right, yeah, I suppose it does. Oh yeah, very flayed.
Yeah, but so it doesn't fall into your ass, you know. It's very secure.
Flayed with
and I like how there's the like massive cones that like converge, and you have to find the right gaps. And
then
also,
it's like a rhythm game or something.
Yeah.
Well, that's the ring one that like has the gaps. I was talking about the ones that are cones.
Oh yeah, that was like, it has a lot of mechanics like that where it's moving in real time and then you have to They were all good mechanics.
I fucking flipped out when I saw the ring shit. I was like, oh my god, they're doing the thing from Drakengard. That's crazy.
It was a pretty good fight, despite being visually unimpressive and having absolutely no lore or reason to be there. Really, the fight was good.
I mean, after the deserts of Rabanastre, this desert during the opening of Puppet's Bunker is not as exciting.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I feel bad saying this, but like I know Yoko Taro worked on this and he likes to do lots of collabs and all that. But I feel like you could really tell his heart was not in it for this one.
Yeah.
Especially with all the comments they made of like, I don't want to fucking write. Like he's just dying all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, and he has a history of that. He's written for other games, side games, which is like, I can tell you just don't care, or you're not super into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so puppets. Sorry, next
Useful,
boss.
and then you jump down and you fight the next. Well,
read all the names, Mela.
So then you fight 724P Operated Superior Flight Unit Alpha, 767P Operated Superior Flight Unit Beta, and 772P Operated Superior Flight Unit E.
Yeah.
What?
Good fight.
Yeah.
I like the flight units.
No. Alpha, Beta, and Phi,
and
not Gamma.
I don't know, dude.
That's just how it is.
Maybe it's because it's C rather because Gamma begins with G in English, even though it's.
Yeah, well, it's.
They need ABC. Even I don't.
It is ABC.
I didn't like this fight.
Alpha, B, Eta, and
Phi.
C high. That's how
C
they're
high,
not.
yes,
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, no real interest. Like I like fights where it splits the alliance into the three parties.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the only mechanics that I can remember liking from this was the like left right thing.
I like that, and I like the beam that you have to aim away from the other alliances.
Aim towards the other alliances.
Yeah.
The first PvP enabled raid.
Yeah.
Very funny. I think it's got some stuff going on, and I think it's cool you can help out with the others once you're done with yours, and you get to be like, "Hey, I finished mine first."
Yeah.
It's got stuff going on. I enjoy it.
Yeah. Is this so? After this fight, is this when you go? Is this the laser hallway?
No, that's before the final boss.
Oh, before the final boss. Okay. Okay, and then
next, I actually like the transition between this and the next boss, though. You get to explore like the dormitories of the bunker.
Oh yeah.
Because it's collapsed, you're sliding down it, and then you go into the command room before going to the next boss.
That's
Again,
right.
This is easily all elevated if you enjoy Nier and Drakengard.
Yeah.
There's lots of stuff for you there.
Even as someone that I watched Lakil play Nier, but even as someone that doesn't care about Nier much, I think aesthetically, once you get out of the first section, it's all quite cool.
Yeah.
Like the white section.
Yeah.
What white section?
We're in the command of,
Oh yeah. With the room with the television, and then it's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when we have the what is it? 905P operated heavy artillery unit. That's
I like this boss a lot.
Very good.
This is my favorite boss of the raid.
Is this the one that does the lasers on the sides of the arena?
Yeah, lasers and hammers.
This is a good boss.
It's a good reference to the original game too, and I like the language in the screens that kind of scream at you.
Yeah. This boss, I think is maybe the only Nier raid boss that suffers from having too little HP, because it doesn't get to go through all its mechanics.
Right.
Surprisingly, it's a real shame because it's very enjoyable.
There's a lot of bosses in this exact raid that couldn't reduce their HP to make this one fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
I liked this fight. I liked having to figure out because sometimes the lines would actually be pointing to a different screen, and you'd have to follow them properly, and you had to get the groups in the right position. It had the thing where the lasers were going towards you, and you thought, "Oh, I'm going to die," but then it went quickly enough, and you could move.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. And the music's great. I think this is the best music in this raid as well.
Oh yeah, it was
right.
very
Yeah.
cool.
And then we have the tunnel with the lasers.
The laser hallway.
Yeah.
Which is
Very
fantastic.
Yeah,
it's just fun to avoid the balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get through it without a Vuln stack.
Yeah.
If you get through them all, and then you get the grand reveal of the final boss.
Yeah, read that one for us, Mela, the name.
6F, 6E, 67696, E67, the compound.
Made of some kind of compound, that's for sure.
Which
I liked the ball version more than Giant Woman.
Yeah, this has two faces.
Even though I think the cutscene leading into Giant Woman is cool,
Very
how,
good,
like weird it is.
Yeah.
Giant Ball is more near.
Yeah.
I think this did not need to be two fights. I think this could have been. I think I would have been happier if this was a fight.
Yeah, I agree. We heard that the music you're hearing right now is from that fight.
Again, crazy. I mean, I guess I would have been okay if this was the first kind of mixed song you heard.
Yeah,
I agree.
It's God, what's that?
Nail of,
I don't.
Yeah, whatever it's called. The Torn from the Heavens. Nail.
Yeah.
Torn from the Heavens. Yeah.
Yeah, which is like I think that's a 14 song near and dear to me. I love it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have this.
Really?
Yeah, it's one of
I mean, it's the song. You know, it's like.
I mean, I know, but I've always said that my favorite.
So he's always said that, guys.
You
All of it was gone. I heard nothing. Sorry, what did you say? You've always said.
I've always said this is not one of my favorite 14.
Really? Torn from the Heavens. Oh,
Yeah.
I love Torn from the Heavens.
I think
nostalgic.
it's overplayed.
So nostalgic. When you're old and grey, Georgi, you'll think about that song and be like, oh.
No, I'll think about many more songs than this, but maybe.
We'll see. You can't decide that. Your heart will. Your heart will.
Your heart will remember it.
Your heart will.
And
okay.
Well, I think it also makes sense too if this was earlier because it's mixed with the Dark Colossus song from Nier, which is a song you hear pretty early on.
Yeah.
And
That's true.
It's very like like ramping up to do stuff.
Yeah.
I don't get the choices here.
No.
They did all the good work in the copied factory in terms of rewards, music choice. Even a lot of the icon. Well, I'd say Angles is an iconic boss.
Yeah.
What are the minions in this? Well, this one was them wanting to make their own. The bosses here are like the 14 team trying to make their own like Nier style designs.
Yeah.
So that's why they're not iconic in that way.
Well, no, because
It's
these
2B and
designs
2C automaton.
they're from the stage play Yorha Boys.
Sorry.
Oh, are they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yorha Boys.
or they're based on. It was like a boys version of like side story, where they got a lot of the designs from. It was
Okay.
It was very cool to see a really niche part of like Nier lore get outfits get a thing.
Yeah.
So and the caster one and the healer one.
Wow.
Perfect. Love that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a Nier boy, let us know.
Yeah, let us know. Okay,
You're a boy.
we need to place the puppet's bunker somewhere. Where are we going?
I'd be okay with going as high as B, but I can see it being This is my favorite of the Nier raids.
I enjoy this one more than Copy Factory.
This is the one that doesn't. This is the one that doesn't overstay its welcome the most. I would say B.
I think I'll say C.
I'm cool with B. Solid B.
This
one doesn't feel as long as the others.
Wait, how does this work now? Because So we have
Two
two
B's, one C. So if you say...
If I say C, what happens then?
I don't know.
We just throw it away. We throw it away.
No, generally it goes to the higher one is what we've done.
That's fair.
Okay.
I'm fine with B. I mean, some of the bosses are pretty good in retrospect.
Yeah. Big Quam
Because
lady.
Orbonne was 2 S's and 2 A's.
Yeah.
Right. I don't really like any of the Nier raids, but it's decent. It's okay.
I mean, if you don't like it, I would have put it at D then. And
No,
which would have
because
averaged out to
it's
C.
mechanically fine.
There's a lot.
Well, because you just don't like the raid series of the story that goes with it. Like, it's not.
Yeah, there's a lot of change that comes with the near ones, but when you break them down into the mechanics of individual fights and a few other bits and bobs.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if we're talking about music and rewards, you know, and some of the bosses, that adds a lot, even though the aesthetics vulgar.
I think the Puppets Bunker is the most interesting design, just because it's the one that I feel borrows the most from Nier originally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay.
Well, the Tower at Paradigm's Breach.
Tower at Paradigm's Breach.
Fucking mouthful, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think this is the more unique raids in 14 in general.
I liked the hacking world visuals in 14. I liked the hacking minigame bits. And I liked some of the later visuals, like on the lift thing going up.
Yeah.
There was a lot of visual stuff I liked in this raid.
I'm sorry, does this not have the audio? Okay, it's just
there's I think 3 different songs they use in here, which are all really good.
Yeah.
I mean, once
so
you
much
hit
silence.
Once you hit the red girl, there's like 4 or 5 different songs that you experience at that point.
Yeah.
Between like 2 bosses.
Yeah.
Oh, and it does the cool thing too of kind of similar to Cerberus in World of Darkness, where when you transition
digitizes the music.
Yeah, I guess the chip tune, and that's so cool. Can't hate that.
But yeah, look at what we're looking at right now. I thought this was cool at first.
Yeah.
But with time, this is very boring, and it's half the more than half, I would say, of the dungeon.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, the world looking like that, whilst ugly, has a charm to it.
Yeah,
but seeing the fucking near, like, Gestalt or whatever, disgusting brown piss yellow enemies.
Yeah.
Are fucking horrible. This is Knave of Hearts you're looking at right now. I can't stand how their enemies look.
I agree that, like, visually it's very bland, and also notice you enter the dungeon and there's like no music either. Like, you've just entered nothingness, and which is cool the first time, but then
the music is very low.
When you come back, is it low? Well, I don't know. I think I understand why it looks like this. Obviously, if you've played Nier, you understand this aesthetic.
Yeah.
But
if you've not,
this must be very like confusing.
This must be a horrible.
I mean, the whole Nier raid series must be super confusing.
Yeah. It's definitely for people who are into the games, which it should be a slam dunk. This should be a slam dunk crossover.
Yeah,
but it's just
there's no care gone into I don't know. That's
the only part of Knave of Hearts. Of what is Knave of Hearts? Is that what it is?
Knave of Hearts.
Yeah.
The only mechanic I like about this really is the pushback with the blocks that you have to make sure that you don't fall back, and also try and avoid the AoEs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I don't think it's particularly interesting.
I feel like this starts repeating mechanics at like 30, like a third of its health.
Goes on
the person
and on.
playing's also shit. They just ran into 3 blobs.
Yeah.
Also, the bit where he leaps onto the platform, I could do without seeing those toesies.
I like that, actually. We're about to see it. Look at it.
Yeah, we're about to see some toes.
Look at his toesies.
Look at his toes. They're up. There they are.
Hey! Oh, it's so horrible.
Unleash the piggies. Come on.
A horrible fight in a horrible room.
Horrible. I think that's too much.
In a bland room.
I really don't have much.
Looks like we're in a padded
I really
cell.
don't have much to say about this.
No.
It's so boring, and it doesn't get better.
No, it does not.
I get a little tickled getting to see the Nier Gestalt and the Automata stuff together.
No,
I will say it was
enemy.
It was cool to see it again, like to actually get a nod to Gestalt, because Daddy Dogface, we love him.
It was very neglected.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't imagine who designed this color scheme and thought, yeah, that's the one. That's the one for me. You're in sewage monsters.
And this is the tribute to Gestalt / Replicant. They had a chance to give us replicant gear.
Yeah.
And you know what? They gave us NPC gear from fucking Nier Automata. Unless you're a healer or caster, in which case you got the Deviler and Purple gear.
Yes.
Which is good. But the rest of it,
they're the only good ones.
It's a shame. You could have definitely added like little boy Nier, his like little his time skip outfit, or like.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not Kinase. You can't. I don't think that could fly in this game.
Come on, Kinase.
I mean, I would like it. I don't know how.
I think you could have given Daddy Nier gear as well.
Yeah. There are a lot of characters that we've missed out on. We spent hours learning about these characters, watching Lukiel play through that miserable game.
Okay. How dare you? So they missed something that was so easy too. Again, another slam dunk. Just missed the weapons because they're already in the game.
Yeah.
A lot of them are. Like all the automaton weapons are like used.
Yeah.
And there's like equivalent. There's like monk fist, and like, why are they not a thing?
Yeah.
The weapons. There was nothing. There were so many good weapon choices.
Yeah.
They had the like demon's bite or whatever it was that like Dark Knights could have used, and they had loads of katana. 2B.
I would have gone insane if they added Vice.
Ones that we didn't have.
Vice could have
crossover.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Also, I feel like we've raged about this before, but the fact that we never got the books as Glamour is a crime.
It is so easy. It's Vice. He's a book.
Yeah.
What were they thinking?
What were they thinking?
We never got Emil's head as a Glamour either.
No. It's true.
Oh yeah. Why did we get that?
How are you missing all layups? Easiest layups ever.
Yeah, it's true.
And the crazy thing is, they have added more Nier stuff to this game after this crossover was over. They added Mama to the old Saucer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we still don't have some of these.
No. Things. Yeah. And I think that's it leads like Rollo said, Yogotaro didn't care.
No.
He didn't give a fuck.
He started playing 14 and got bored.
Yeah.
They made him play, essentially.
Yeah.
By the way, with Mama, very fun. We have a crossover with the Dead Game now.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah.
That's cute.
Okay. So next boss
Anyway, we
is
finished this and we move on to Hansel and Gretel.
Oh no, it's Hansel and Gretel first. Yes, of course.
Yeah, Hansel and Gretel is first, which is also a problem because again, the mechanics repeat too quickly.
Oh yeah.
True.
I would say this is the most forgettable one.
No, I liked the fact that
it's cute,
you had to like switch between them, and they had the funny rushes and stuff. There was a couple interesting mechanics.
They felt more like ads.
They
are ads, right?
They are. They're
they're a boss.
No, they
are bosses. Oh my god.
They're a full boss.
Well, they feel like mini bosses, but they
they do.
Oh, if mini bosses had that much HP, I would not be playing this game.
That's true. Good lord.
But yeah, you could quickly. Then we move on to Red Girl.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
so good.
We got.
Let's talk a little bit more about
stupid
Hansel.
ads.
What ads?
Stupid mobs.
Does Hansel and Gretel have any other like mechanic? Do we like? Is there
Destructo discs, Mela? You love Destructo
Yeah, they got
discs.
your
like
favorite
Destructo discs.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, they are very forgettable. I don't really remember most of what they're doing anymore.
You couldn't get them close together. They had like a tether. It had things where you could only attack certain sections of them, I think.
Yeah,
if they're too close, they get both buffs.
They had the Rabana thing with the shields.
Yeah, so attack front or back or sides.
Right.
They had a couple of things, but I mean, I love their design.
They're very cool.
They definitely, yes. They definitely have mechanics, but I don't think I've ever died to Hansel and Gretel.
No.
But whatever, you know.
Yeah.
They were cool. They were cool, technically, boss.
Yeah.
And then apparently there was some trash, and then Red Girl.
Trash, and then Red Girl.
I love
she
Red
was
Girl.
kind of scary.
Red Girl's a great fight.
Probably.
Absolutely.
I mean, she's the biggest fight of
This
this,
is the biggest
in
fight.
terms of mechanics and such.
Yeah.
And never forget Red Girl jump scare.
Yes.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
It's freaky.
Any other words on?
She had a lot of fucking shit. So she had the thing where she generated colored barriers.
Yeah.
That you had to break through and avoid the line AoEs from the sides.
Yeah.
She made like meteors appear.
Yeah.
She made clones so that that would spin around in circles and you had to avoid them. She has a chain. She has a pull mechanic, or she can force you to run in certain directions.
Oh yeah, and then you had to make sure to combine that with avoiding the AoEs if you were going to get chained or pulled. She had a mini intermission phase where you went into the hacking mini game, which was
is
cool.
Great.
Yeah.
That was the main stuff.
Okay.
It's a good fight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's good.
there's some. I don't have a lot to say about it because it's just like a really solid, like kind of complicated fight.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
she doesn't feel like she overstays her welcome particularly, I think.
No, I don't think so. No. Okay, and
I
then
think
we
she can if you have an incompetent incompetent alliance.
Yeah. And then you have the little mini boss segment with that the machine spider thing.
You mean Sun Shi and Mong Shi?
Yeah, those two.
That's it. See, these are technically trash.
Yeah, they're
That
mini
feel
bosses.
way too long.
Yeah. That's why I thought Hansel and Gretel
I
was
quite
also
liked
a mini
them,
boss, because everything has just too much HP in this raid.
The issue I have with these two is that mechanically I feel like a lot of their mechanics are the same as the Knave of Hearts.
Oh yeah.
They are.
Yeah,
That's the trouble.
That's true.
They're a nice distraction on the ride up, but don't worry, Yogi. Don't you worry, because we jumped
The
straight
motion
into-
sickness elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
We
to anyone who
jump
gets
into the
motion
best-
sick.
The best boss of the whole arena.
Okay,
You remember this one, don't you?
hearing this
You
song.
remember 41626572726174617469696
The name is-
F6E false idol?
You know, it's fine.
Yeah.
But the song, hearing the fucking bells from Drakengard
Oh, yeah.
1's a boss with the do, and
Yeah.
and they have the white girl come down like the white claw formation disease or whatever.
Yeah.
The craziest reference. I wish they tried harder to
Yeah.
like tie it in or do something with it. It's so cool visually.
Yeah.
I liked this fight, man.
Yeah.
I liked the different the rhythm mini game where the notes are dropping.
Mm-hmm.
I liked the black and white music note things where like they pushed away from each other.
Yeah.
I like the giant beam that you have to pay attention to its rotation so you know which direction it's going to.
Yeah.
This was a cool fight. I did like this one.
I am sorry.
Ah.
I am sorry that I've ruined this song for everyone. With
Cock ran
Cock ran
away.
away.
This is Kaine's song. How dare you?
Yeah. Sorry.
Mechanically, there aren't that many for the first part of this fight, but even then, I still think it doesn't overstay its welcome before it gets.
No, this was
I
a good
agree.
little fight.
It's definitely a visual spectacle too. And I mean that little trivia bit about like, yeah, we dropped the Square Enix tower on you or building. Like
Yeah.
that's
Well, that's in the
really
second
funny.
phase. Yeah, the second phase I also really like.
Once it
the fact
switches
that-
to her inflorescent, things change.
Yeah.
I think her inflorescence is a bit too long.
I agree. I think the bus design's nice though.
yeah.
I think these last two were designed pretty well. There's a lot I like in this last section.
I think this one's my personal fave out of the three.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the distance, the proximity towers that drop, and then you have to also avoid afterwards the towers when they actually fall down.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. She did have some cool stuff. She had also the big like the heavy arms thing.
Yeah.
I guess
Oh yeah, the train phase.
just because we haven't talked about it, we should mention that like as far as changes after patches and relevancy and all that stuff, Nier has stayed largely the same for the most part.
Ever really touched it?
Nier stayed
Yeah.
Maybe they
the
should.
same, almost in a faulting, like a faulty way, because this
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
these Nier raids need to be 10% quicker, maybe. Like there's a lot of
10,
issues with that.
20%.
You know that.
It's-
All right, yeah. I mean, they need to be quicker.
Yeah.
This suffers from maybe being the raid. It's between this and Copied Factory as the raid I least want in Alliance raid roulette.
Yeah.
But not for this. Like Copied Factory, there's a lot of fights I don't like. But this one, even like a lot of fights I do like, but I just don't want to do them because I know how long they take.
I like the 2 final bosses, but I have to get it starts.
Yeah.
It gives you a really bad first impression.
Yeah.
Like you've got to spend an hour to get there.
Yeah, the first.
But still, I'm
first half of this raid
is my favorite 3.
Rhythm rings. I like this mechanic as well.
This one was a great mechanic.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
it's got shit going on.
The best of the 3 end bosses for me, and probably the best of the raid overall.
I agree.
Maybe not the best visually, like aesthetically overall, but
I love
probably
the
most
visual
unique.
blast, but that's just me.
I mean, I feel like the first half of this dungeon, of this raid, though, we have been very harsh with. I mean,
that's the issue.
It is a very boring first half, very long.
That's true. Yeah.
See,
uninteresting.
If it was all the first part, this would be an E for me.
Yeah.
If the last 2 bosses were at the same quality level, this would be an E. But the last 2 bring it up to a B for me, so it's between a C and a D, overall, which is where I'm trying to figure out where it lands for me. I could never give it a B. It's too long and tedious.
Yeah, it's not. Puppet's Bunker to me is better paced in terms of where.
Yes, exactly.
It is better
See, that's the
paced,
thing.
but I think I prefer a lot of the stuff in this one. It's tough to decide between the 2.
Yeah.
I mean, Mela, you barely
C,
even wanted to talk about Hansel and Gretel, which is that is a boss fight in this.
Well, that's true.
It's just weirdly short.
You hate the name of Hearts, Mela. You called him Sewage Monster with disgusting toes.
I'm putting him on par with Puppet's Bunker for where I placed it, so C.
I think it's a C for me personally.
I'm thinking B. I mean, I'm a big Nier fan.
Yeah,
and there's just lots of cool stuff that even isn't associated with Nier too. I wish it was better tied to the narrative, but that's not what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, I probably would have gone D, but that averages out to a C.
It averages to a C.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, and there's even a part of me that's being that high, but I think it's fine where it is.
Yeah. Okay. That leaves us with the last 3. We start with Aglaia. The 12 raids, or the Myths of a Realm.
Euphosyne is my favorite because I love breasts. But
Little D.
I think Aglaia is my favorite.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
I think the
think
majesty of this first raid,
Yeah.
the bosses, the uniqueness of them, was pushed to the other raids didn't ever push in the same way that this one felt it did. Byrogot, Rolga, such iconic one. Even Naldal at the end. For me, the only weak part. Azema was good.
We'll go through the whole thing, but I think Azema is the weakest fight in the entire raid.
She is the weakest.
Yeah.
I feel like this is, and looking back at it now that everything's come out and we're at the end of this expansion, these take a nosedive for me because they're too easy. The difficulty is such.
Yeah.
I think they're a little too forgiving on raid-wide stuff. I think the difficulty of the fights is at a nice place. But I think people can mess up and be permitted to mess up
Very
too much
forgiving.
because I went through on my first run of this one, maybe Rolga, maybe Barry, I can't remember. When most of the part Alliance was dead, but we still finished it first pull because it's too forgiving on death.
Yeah,
that's fair. I would say mechanically, I think everything in this raid is relatively okay, except maybe one fight in particular I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
But the issue is that none of it does enough damage.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
It needs raid-wide punishment like the earlier ones.
It's very. Chad is correct. It's very roulette friendly, which is but
that's the
thing.
Be. It's weirdly made me not do roulettes as much this expansion because I don't want to repeat these fights too much because it's just such
That's so interesting.
I'm not in the mood, you know? It's too easy.
I love these fights.
This has made me want to do Alliance Raid Roulette more. I actually don't mind redoing any of these.
Every time we do roulettes on stream, we never get them because
we never get them.
We always have people leveling with us.
If we did roulettes at level 90 and we ended up with a near one, I'd be very unhappy. If we got an Evilise one, I'd be a bit unhappy because I've done them a lot. But if we got Aglaia especially, I would be very happy to do it again. I think these fights are just simply fun.
Yeah. Okay, well let's go through this then.
All right, Byregot.
The builder.
The way he moves the arena.
Yeah.
Is just fantastic.
Yeah.
Got thighs the size of his torso. Insane.
He's a big boy.
He is a thunder thigh man.
Yeah.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, the arena being moved around is nice. That's a very unique mechanic.
Yeah, there's also knockbacks within this that you have to position for based on how the arena's currently at.
Yeah.
Can't say his arena is a circle or a square.
No,
that's true. That's what I like about this whole raid, especially.
Yeah.
He does the line AoE down a certain column or whatever, so somewhere safe.
Yeah.
You have to figure that out.
Yeah. You have to combine that with making sure that you stand on the wrong one when it gets moved.
Yeah. There's the clone section where he just exit flares, which isn't that impressive, but Byregot's really about the arena and the novelty of it.
Yeah.
It's a novel fight.
Yes. And then we have following him some ads.
Rolga's emissary.
Yeah.
He's Little Hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is cool. Which has mechanics.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I like how it carves out two quarters of the arena.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I really like about
Amela
it.
pointed
it's
out
not difficult.
Something that we'll see all over throughout this raid is that the ad or the trash usually have mechanics tied to them. So it's tiny, it's like mini bosses.
Yes.
So
and they don't overstay their welcome like the two guys at the end of Tower at Paradigm's Breach.
Right.
Yeah, I felt like nothing in this series overstayed its welcome.
No. Well, not that I can think of right now. But
it's just too safe for me.
It is very safe, but that's
It's a little safe, but it's fun.
It is fun.
Anyway, we go on to
Rhalgr now.
Again,
great
the
arena.
whimsy of the arena. It's so uniquely designed, and it actually plays into the mechanics.
Yes.
He has fingers.
Yeah, and you have to get pushed back into those fingers.
He has the fire and lightning stuff where you have to stand on the correct sides or in the correct markers.
Yeah, and then he threatens you with a proximity AoE, and then he'll punch it, and then it becomes mini proximity AoE.
Yeah,
so you have to
that one was
that.
cool.
Yep.
I think if any fight's going to slightly go on too long, it's Rhalgr with a weak party.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
But you usually don't have a weak party now, so you're usually all right. I liked this fight.
Okay.
Then we get the two lions.
Yeah.
The lion of Aglaia and the lioness of Aglaia, which again have mechanics. This is the trash section, but have mechanics.
Yeah.
They were cool.
They're all right. Yeah. It's cool.
I'd rather this than just a pointless group of 9 enemies where you just AoE them down.
Especially considering how safe this dungeon is. If this had just been the usual trash mobs that you just kill them and move on, it would have felt worse. So at least the trash has mechanics that you have to follow. Then we have Azema.
So she has not a huge amount to her, but she's the one where the little triangles of fire move around the arena and you have to position correctly, or some of the orbs get kicked around a bit.
Yeah.
She didn't have a cute. Oh, and the fans that go around and then they'll stop, and you have to make sure you're not near them.
Yeah.
And she also does the thing where she'll use the fans to push the fire out of the cross, so you have to not be in those quarters of the arena.
Oh yeah.
I think the one mechanic I really like is the triangle when she the triangle in the middle is safe, and you have to get pushed to the other point of the triangle.
Oh yeah, that one was pretty neat.
Yeah.
That one was. She was cool design too.
Yeah.
The Heaven of Fire is very pretty.
Yes.
I
Sonic
think you
level.
just go straight to Nalthal.
Stop thinking about Sonic Adventure 2.
Okay. And then we have the final boss
has been
of Aglaia.
ruined slightly.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
This needs
ruined?
more HP.
Because you don't
Right.
do the balance anymore properly.
Oh,
You
really?
usually skip it.
Yeah, see that's
You
again
can
plays
skip
the
it most of the
problem.
time.
It is
Wow.
just too.
But it was one of the best parts of
tuned.
this fight.
Should've
Day
s-
one of this fight was pretty enjoyable. Everything after that got worse and worse.
Yeah.
Should have borrowed some of the HP from the near raids and pumped it
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
Nalthal. Yeah.
I think. I think I'll say. I think Nalthal is the best fight in the raid series.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
That's. I mean, he is cool. He has some interesting mechanics with the in like, is it going to be in as out based on the flames and which way he's facing?
Mhm.
He also has a really good design too. I was hoping the 12 would be a bit more in this direction and less just Greek pantheon. I don't hate that that's all they did, but it's a lot less interesting.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Nalthal is his design is really cool.
He's dope. Like his animations too when he's doing like the flip, like that's cool.
Yeah.
He is cool.
It also makes him stand out because the others are so vanilla isn't the word, but he looks more like he looks weird. And
Yeah.
It looks otherworldly.
yeah.
Which
maybe-
it kind of be,
Yeah.
If they were all like that, though.
Not
Rather
all of
good.
them.
No,
but,
no.
You know.
My favorite member of the Greek pantheon was the big four-headed lolly girl. So, I'm looking forward to talking about that.
Jesus.
Oh my god, you land a plane on that shit.
Yeah.
Play tic-tac-toe on it. My god.
Yeah, you just feel like you have to defend her because she's your
Yeah, I do.
deity.
Yeah. Well, okay,
Oh,
I mean, at launch,
his mechanic
this
is
was a great
basically
mechanic.
what his fight is done a lot. It's 2 colors, and then depending on the mechanic, you go.
He's all
into
about
one of the
balance.
colours. Yeah,
It's as above, so below. So it's either you stand in the right color based on the background of the.
Yeah.
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 It's not like.
And there's also a chance that you get turned into a big mob, like a big ant.
Oh yeah, that's fun. One of the
that's
clones.
great.
Yeah.
That bit
I like
was
that kind
cool.
of stuff. It's neat.
Proceed. That comes just after his Thal's balls mechanic.
Yes. Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that
he
too.
does-
It
he
just
does
falls
his balls.
balls.
It's
And
not
then-
called that, sadly.
No. But we
Right
all
at
know.
the end, if you're in the good old days, he will split the arena in 2, and you'll have to perfectly balance the arena, or everyone dies.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be. It actually doesn't have to be perfectly balanced.
No, I know, but it has to be
Yeah.
enough. There's some scales at the front, and you have to make them balance.
Yeah.
That's cool though.
It
That's
was a
really
great
fun.
mechanic.
Yeah.
And I like that if you somehow manage to like cheese it, he actually has specific dialogue for like if you clear that mechanic despite failing to balance the scales.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah,
Okay.
lots of
Yeah.
They did a lot of interesting things like that with that throughout this series.
Yeah.
He says something like along the lines of like, "Oh, I guess technically you've passed the scales." It's you normally do it by having someone die in res at the right time.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty cool fight though.
Yeah. Music-wise, I
first-
mean, again, also this track
Great
that's playing.
music.
it's
Oh,
not
amazing
false
music.
music. Yeah, the music
Yeah,
for this
I
place
love the
is
music,
great.
I think
I love the
this has
music.
probably the best final song, but I think the weakest of the songs that play during the rest of the raid.
Mm.
Personally,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Good time though. I
I
like
like-
the gear here.
Yeah, it's very Greek pantheon or kind of like
Yeah.
Saint Thea kind of thing.
Yeah.
You can make it work well.
Yeah.
It dies nicely too.
It does die nicely. I like the bosses. I was very big on this. series when
Visually
it came out.
very pretty.
Yeah, like there's a lot to this place.
Yeah. Okay, so
but it has like compared to some of the
is-
others, this has very quickly been like messed up by DPS change, which
in
is
the
a
same
worry.
expansion.
it's the same
Yeah,
expansion,
exactly.
which does
That's
not
a
bode
little
well
worry.
for it. Yeah.
I think the Heaven of Lightning is a little meh, but I love the Heaven of Fire.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, reasonably high on all these, but like mega high, so maybe like a
This is B. For me.
B.
This is a solid B for me.
Yeah, it's a B. That's the highest I'd go.
Okay, I'll agree. B. Okay.
Oh, Euphosyne. This one starts in the greatest like autumnal field ever.
This is beautiful. Is it autumnal?
Such an...
Well,
It's like harvest.
maybe,
it's like-
I don't know.
it-
Maybe
I think it's just wheat.
it's just wheat.
it could just be
It's a
wheat.
fields of wheat.
Big
I think,
fields
yeah, all
of
the
wheat.
trees are green.
And then we get to see the greatest boober of all
Oh.
time.
All right.
I love how they hid these during all the
Yes,
previews.
it's really
trailers.
funny.
Oh yeah, those.
The girls.
They hid those. The
Yeah,
girls.
They hid them.
They hid those girls. Okay. Yeah.
She's a pretty good fight too, and not amazing, like not like crazy, but she's pretty cool. It's a lot of like in and out or
I
stand
think
in the
this
right
is
color.
this is a better as a visual spectacle. When she does the mechanics
Exactly.
that turn the arena into a forest and then also field, I really like that.
Yeah. She's more about the visuals than the mechanics. Like the mechanics are a little bit simple. It's just stand in the correct one.
I do think she's for once. I think the first boss here is actually probably the weakest of the fights in this raid.
Mechanically, for
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But breast-wise, the best.
10 out of 10.
It's weird that they bring. I guess it's because it's the most unique mechanic, but the fact that this is the mechanic from her that they bring back for Eulogia is the one where you have to stand near the blue or the yellow flowers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that mechanic has been done quite a lot before in a lot of other fights. Instead, it's
Yeah.
repeated today. It's not that impressive. She has some. Well, actually, no, she didn't have much else.
Okay. Yeah. So then we have.
These-
Now we just have normal trash. That's important to note.
This
There's-
trash is not that exciting, but
Disappointing trash.
What it means for lore is cool. Not this set. This set's quite boring, but the ones with the cows and the behemoth, I like that how
yeah.
that plays into the lore of Elpis.
Yeah. But
That's
the
fair.
first ones here are just like it's
They're
just
just
trash.
animals.
They're just big frogs.
Yeah. Frogs and
Tree men.
tree men. And then we move on to Althik and Nemea, which unfortunately have been
Love
combined into
Nemea's
one.
design.
But
Yeah,
Althik-
disappointing.
I guess Althik is kind of like an Althal in design. He kind of looks a little
He's odd looking,
otherworldly.
because he's like Odin or something.
He's more unique, I think.
Doesn't he have like the tiny
Really?
head? Am I remembering
Possibly.
right?
I think it's maybe, but I personally have always thought Althic's design is the least memorable to me. It's
Yeah.
the one that sticks with me the least.
He
is
the
just a
only
man.
with a horse.
You know what? I have never looked at him
he's
properly.
He's just a man.
He's
yeah.
just
He's a
a
man on an
dude,
emaciated
but he looks
horse.
like he has the tiniest head, doesn't it? Like he.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
The
God.
horse adds to it, is the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I like the fight.
Ugh, I
like the
hate
fights where
14
you have
horses.
to-
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't.
I like fights where you have to split up.
I
Boss.
like that this-
Anything with two bosses is good, really.
Yes, I agree. I like that there's two versions of this fight depending on what cards are used, whether they are the look away or face it mechanic or the fire or ice one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you either get attractions or
Yeah, this one does a
fevers,
lot of cool
and it's very
stuff.
cleverly done.
Yeah.
You either get the pyretic deep freeze one or...
Mm-hmm. And the combination of like Althic's time mechanic with how it combines with Nemea's like pushback water mechanics as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they play nicely into each other. It was
Mhm.
it was a pretty neat fight. I do think I'd rather have had two separate fights and just not had the last boss of the whole series, but
Yeah.
that's
That'd
fine.
be weird.
Yeah.
It would be
I guess
weird.
no, well, it would be weird, but I still think Oshon actually could have been a pretty solid final fight.
Yeah.
Also true.
Yeah. Yeah. Moving on.
Yeah,
to-
I think it's a good fight.
It's okay. Yeah. It's good.
Pretty cool.
Halone.
And then we do Halone. She was good.
She
This is great.
she is good.
Really
This
like
was a
Halone.
beautiful arena as well.
Yeah.
I think she was kind of the highlight for me for this one.
Mm.
That's fair.
Also,
I really liked her.
I'm gonna ask you if you agree here with this. Sorry. I feel like her design would be 14's version of Agrias if Agrias was a recurring Final Fantasy character. In the same way like Sid and Biggs and all that were.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She looks a lot
I
like
sort of get what you're
Aglaia.
saying.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's the
Yeah.
exact correct color scheme.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Lady Knight thing she has going.
Yeah.
Like it's very similar.
Mhm.
Not in a bad way or anything. Just
No.
you know.
Mhm.
Halone
She was
also is
cool.
like an iconic, like it's probably the goddess we have seen the most depictions of thanks
Yeah.
to Heavensward. Like there's Halone
Mhm.
statues fucking everywhere in that city.
Mhm.
I think it's fair to say that a lot of the 12, for people who aren't even, like, maybe not super into the lore, most of them are very nebulous, never talked about being.
Mm.
But Halone featured for an entire expansion. She's
Yeah.
one of the
Yeah.
most, maybe Menfina as well because of the moon, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's all falls.
Oshon, what's it called? Not Oshon, sorry. What's your god?
Limlane?
Limlane, Nalthal, and Nofika, even though they're like the gods of the 3 starting city states, they actually, I feel like, don't get as much play as they should.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
No, yeah, you're definitely right.
Yeah.
Where's
Like,
I would
the
say-
statue
I would
of them
say-
or anything?
Yeah, I would say you get more Thaleia than any of those 3
Yeah. Yeah.
because
true.
of how he plays into Charlian and the Circle of Knowing.
Yeah.
Right? And they're not like the most religious of people as well. They just have him because of knowledge.
Yeah.
Very odd.
Okay, so Halone then. Good fight.
How dare she make me remember 4 AoEs in a row?
I
yeah.
liked that.
Yeah.
I liked
Come
her
on.
fight.
Use your short-term memory.
Yeah, good fight.
Maybe
Okay.
repeats a little quick, but it's a good fight.
It is a good fight.
Mhm.
Moving on then from there, we have Menfina
Little
with
Menfina.
Dalamud.
I think this is my favorite of the final song, personally. I love the violin. I love a fiddle. It's great.
Yeah. I'll
It was,
play this.
yeah. It's not a bad fight. I think Dalamud adds a lot. The fact that they play correctly into the lore
Mm-hmm.
of the moons
Yeah.
is really neat. So, and to make him as a faithful
Oh,
hound,
no.
as an actual dog,
Not you.
lovely. I think the fight itself is a little bit similar to
Mm-hmm.
Halone in combining like in, out, left, right.
That's
a lot
fair.
of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Um,
combined. I like that they get combined based on like once Dalamud it gets added to it, and then
Yeah.
there's this part with the waxing moon, and then also the waxing moons that happen on, waxing that happen
Yeah.
on the edges that you have to follow around. Even though we've
Yeah.
experienced things like that before.
Yeah.
It's not
don't know if there's
necessarily the
anything you-
coolest arena.
No, I don't know if there's anything particularly unique about this fight.
Not really.
No, it's
No.
the song is great. I think it's kind of middling. Honest, it's
Yeah.
She does a lot of mechanics that you'd see from most, like a lot of Shiva stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
I
feel
like-
like they could have done more with this arena.
I agree.
I like that's kind of going for like a magical girl thing almost.
I like that
Sailor
too.
Moon. I kind of wish they leaned more into it and committed, just to, because otherwise, if you just look at her design, it's still kind of Greek goddess toga thing,
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish they'd leaned a little bit more into the moon aspect within the arena as well.
Yeah.
Like that's her thing. That's her dealio.
That's true. Yeah.
She's the lover and goddess of the moon.
I like this part. I think her ultimate part is the summoning is very cool.
Yeah, that animation's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, the part where the fiddle goes off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fiddled.
Okay. How do we? Okay, so.
+1 for forehead.
The gear in this one was again quite nice.
The gear across all 3 of these doesn't
Yeah.
stand out to me. They interchange in my mind.
I think the
That's
hypostatic
fair.
one is good. I like the silver and kind of blue thing. against
Yeah.
the
Oh,
floor.
that's the gear here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a nice color scheme.
Mhm.
Visually,
I'd say B.
I love the Heaven of Earth. I think the Heaven of Earth is beautiful. I love this. Actually, we didn't talk about this. I like the slide, when you're sliding on the rail through the castle.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
In Fina.
Yeah.
Again, major part is that these fights are not as engaging as they should be.
I do feel
Yeah.
like it wasn't as strong as the first fights, but I think overall it's close to
This
the
is a
same
B for
anyway.
me again.
I think it's a B as well. Yeah.
Too safe.
It is a bit safe. I can't push it down to a Syrcus Tower level though, right?
I think it's better than Syrcus Tower.
Yeah.
I think it's better than everything in C.
Yeah.
I could never say this is in the same level as the Paradigm's Breach.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Fair enough. B it is.
To be honest, I think this is going to be B across the board.
I'm gonna
Last one. Thaleia.
Aglaia.
Ah,
Oh,
my beloved
Thaliac. The zero-brain Thaliac with zero-brain mechanics.
Yeah.
how dare you? This actually starts with trash. The Heaven of Water is beautiful.
Very.
It's a shame that it only gets used for one boss fight because of the fact that Nemea popped up one raid early.
Yeah.
And the best part of it is just the start with the trash.
Yeah.
The trash is actually more dangerous than you think because of the fact that it explodes. It can wipe parties quite easily if people aren't paying attention.
That would be pretty funny to see.
I do love it when Thaliac takes you to the fucking math dimension where there's just
the math dimension.
equations in the background, but like they're like English equations. Like they have, I think they are, aren't they?
Yeah. Do you know why he takes you to the math dimension? They actually explain this in the JP fanfic. I don't know if we ever talked about this. He takes you to the math dimension because they thought the mechanic was not difficult enough that they had to add some spice to it to make it more interesting.
I see. Okay.
We should add some more spice across the board.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, Thaliac.
Yeah, he's cool, I guess.
Yeah, he's a cool Bishonen handsome man.
Mm-hmm. He shouldn't be wearing a shirt. I was promised
a
a shirt.
Wearing, that's true. They did cover him up.
He did not
saw
sweat it
a
up.
massive statue, and I was not pleased. I wish the rotation mechanic had variation. It's always 90 degrees.
I think they even the math dimension triangle puzzles and the falling lines isn't enough based on what he represents.
Yeah.
Construct 7 was a better Thaliac.
I wanted something like Construct 7. I love Thaliac, and I'll always be biased because obviously he's my deity. But they could have done more with
They really could have done more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a shame because this is the end of the raid, right? You should be like, I want more, I want to be challenged more. I feel like
we're seeing the problem that's been throughout this raid series. It's too safe. They just everything feels neutered.
What I understand why. From what I know about how it was developed, I understand why it ended up being too safe. It was apparently designed by a bunch of new people, so they're probably relying on what they've experienced before. They don't want to throw in something that they know will be received poorly, which is fine because I think ultimately this is going to end up all Bs. I mean, I'm just predicting. I mean, it's safe, so it's no one's going to say they hate this raid series.
Yeah, it's hard to feel very strongly about this series.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. After Thaliac, is there anything in between, or do we just go?
No, there's no trash between.
We go straight to
Lim Lane.
Lim Lane is the best fight of this.
Unique arena, cool mechanics. She punches you if you try and be friendly with her.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A real woman.
The way she splits the seas and you have to make your way back through it.
Oh, that's
the one
cool.
with the orbs is harder than the one that comes later where it's just left, right, left.
Yeah, that's true.
And you got the two serpents from 1.0, Lukia.
Oh yeah, Pericos and whatever the other one's called.
Thaleia.
Clearly, you care.
I don't care.
This is your deity, Lakil.
Who cares?
Love the fishlet.
I thought she was a seagull for like 5 years because that was the only like visualization I had of her from.
That would have been more interesting than just hot lady.
She should have turned into a seagull for a bit, right?
Well, there's also the statue of her in Aleport.
Do we know that that's her?
Mermaid.
Do we know that that's her
I
though?
believe so. I believe there's some.
that's
I
been
believe
explained.
at some point there's a story that says that.
She looks like none of it. She looks like neither a seagull nor a mermaid, so she's
a kind of bluish woman.
Yeah,
I feel like the ratio from like just hot person to like weird thing, it's too off. The bit more weird thing, still keep the hot people. That's fine. You know, we can have some of that, but it's too much.
I think the worry they had, Rollo, is because they don't want to upset anyone who picked a certain deity and say, why is our deity the ugly one?
But
Nalthal is like a freak and he's cool.
I don't think anyone expected
Nalthal to be winning right now.
Ooh.
I guess
Well, we had all the statues of him too. Like he was represented in game already, and
that's true. And he looks nothing like the statues, right? Because he looks like
a little bit like the statues, but
he
not
looks
exactly.
similar. But they built off of it in a really interesting way.
Yeah, I mean, in the whatever the ossuaries, they look like just long men with like wearing like they look like long men with a ewer and a weird squiggly sword.
Whereas like I feel like they had an opportunity with the ones that we don't really know too much as far as like how they're portrayed. Like you could have done some weird stuff there, you know?
Yeah.
Or interesting or different.
I think one of the most bullshit things they said was that they might not even be the gender.
Turned out to be bullshit. Yeah.
Lies.
They just wanted to hype it up.
Yeah.
They just wanted to be you know.
I would have laughed. I was secretly wishing that Nofika was a man. I would have laughed. I would have still been laughing to this day. I would be laughing
an old little frail man. I think that'd be dope.
Fully covered up little man. Oh,
or
so
a little old man, but with like
little old man,
a chest still
with his tits out. Yeah.
Like a fake boob chest.
Okay.
You're right though. They could have made Lim Lane a seagull and like Oshon the giant pointer.
Or even like, I don't know, a mermaid or something. She's a sea lady.
The mermaid thing, I don't understand.
Have a phase, right, where she turns into a giant mermaid for the second half or something. Like, lean into that more. I think you're right.
Too scared to offend people.
I look at Oshon, who's the last boss. We might as well talk about him.
Yeah.
He turns into a giant man.
You say last boss, but it isn't the last boss. But
the last good boss.
Yeah.
The last god.
That's so true.
He turns into a giant man.
Yeah.
But it's just him again.
Yeah.
Maybe
like
Why doesn't he turn? He's the wanderer, and he's like the forest. It's like he's a big forest man. Why doesn't he turn into a giant tree monster or something? Well, I don't know.
Tree monster. I don't know. Well,
I think that's a bit weird.
They do explain. I mean, it is explained in lore. People like their gods to look hot, right? They become what people think of them as.
Yeah, but you can still do what you want.
Yeah.
When I think of God, I don't think hot man.
I think of biblical angel.
Yeah. Think of old man with long beard.
I mean, Mailer and Rollo got to talk about Minfina. I'm going to say Oshon is my favorite designer.
Oshon's good.
Yeah. You can have them. But there should have been one, like, biblically accurate angel type or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw the part where the mechanic where he spawns a bunch of circles and he says, those who hesitate are lost, and Lakil hesitated and lost.
You had never hesitated.
Did I hesitate?
Yeah, it's the part. Yeah, you did because you were supposed to.
Instructions unclear. Didn't hear any of that. What am I supposed to do? You cut out. We'll never know. This is lost. Sorry, if there are any professional lip readers out there, please send what Georgi said to contact@speakersxv.com. Okay. Oshon has two faces.
Yeah.
I like how they always move.
He needed some more spice.
He did.
He's got like a cool base, but it's not iterative or like built upon. So it's very I don't know, feels brain dead. Like I can just do it and not pay attention.
The moving AoEs are cool, and they do still catch some people, Rollo, surprisingly, which is probably why it's a difficulty it is.
Yeah.
Well, you know, this is like, again, it's the last raid, the last 24 man. Give me something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the shot mechanic is cool, but that's it. Yeah, the rest is pretty okay.
It's not the most, you know. And he wasn't us.
No, he was not.
He wasn't us.
The last boss is
horrible creature.
Eulogia. I don't even know how to.
It's Eulogia.
Eulogia.
It's so hideous to look at.
It's horrible.
And yeah, go on, Rolla.
I know I wanted interesting design and like unique. I did not want a Photoshop photo bash of all the bosses put like that's not. It's bad.
It also barely has any of its own mechanics. It's almost all of like repeated mechanics.
It's all the really basic stuff too.
It is most of the basic stuff.
To be honest, I don't really know where it came from.
Where it came from?
I don't really know why all the gods fuse into this one horrible creature.
Because they have too much ether left, so they want to spend it all.
It's like
that's silly.
This was, I think, the first 24 man where like it's not my most hated or anything like that, but I'm the most disappointed with this one in terms of design, in terms of fight mechanics. I was like, this is
Yeah.
For a raid series that started as strongly as fights like Byrogot and Rolga, I feel like the last two didn't push as hard as they should have.
This is supposed to be the end of the 12, and the last fight is just annoying. It's just boring.
I think the final exam should have been much more involved than it is.
Yeah.
I also think that the final exam shouldn't be... I think once you complete the final exam, I don't think it should start again, and it has enough health that it does, which is very strange.
Yeah. Wow, that person on the screen hitting every single ball. Remember when we were told about the 13th and everything? Yeah. And obviously it ended up just being the Watcher essentially. But that had nothing to do with Eulogia was just...
I think the fact that it's the Watcher is still fucking absurd.
I hate it. I hate that it's the Watcher. It's shit.
Because we had so much time. Like, the only thing stopping us from progressing the raid was us going to... Like, normally it's like, oh, I'm doing some research, we'll need to wait. No, it was literally we had to go see the Watcher, and we didn't until 2 patches later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awful.
Song isn't particularly good either.
The song has grown on me. I really like the final song. I understand it feels very melancholic. I will say the music that plays during the raid itself in general is my favorite across the 3s.
They Chad did mention it too, but it got blocked by Roderick. So, but there was a different design, the concept art they had, which, I mean, I know people always say they prefer concept art in video games or whatever, but it was a lot more interesting at the least.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, how do you end like the 12 saga thing on like such a wet fart?
Yeah.
It's true.
All this build up for
it's almost disrespectful because it's like you killed our gods and this is how you did it. Like, it's kind of
I will say, outside of Eulogia, I think the visual design of the world is the best part of this raid series. I think the Heaven and Water and the Heaven and Wind is the best combined series of visuals that we get in this raid series.
Probably, yeah.
I hope this serves.
Very beautiful.
I hope it serves as a good lesson for the designers going forward that playing it safe like this is very boring.
Yeah.
It might pay off on the initial run. Like, the first run of all of these was very fun. But think about, like, longevity too. Look at what we've got in our S rank. Heavens would raid because it was that good, and it's still good to go back to.
Yeah.
It's about making very difficult but rewarding 24-man content where you have to work as a 24-man group.
Yeah.
We're not in, like, the fact that almost everyone can be dead, but if you've got a healer or a red mage, you probably will get through the fight, isn't that good.
No. There are no, like, insta-death mechanics in this raid, I think. Like, there's no, like...
You can fall off.
You can fall off, I guess.
That's about it.
That's it.
And same thing with the... What's his face?
Ralga, I think you can fall off quite
Ralga as
easily.
well.
Yeah, it's most. Yeah, this thing's mostly just falling
So
off.
this arena, I thought you couldn't fall off, but you can.
you
When
can.
Nemea does a pushback mechanic, I was like, I don't fucking care, and then I fell off.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have a feeling I know where this is landing.
I know where it is as well, which is actually not what I thought originally.
For gear, by the way, it's okay. It's not as good as the last one. It has this.
This is too similar to the color scheme of the last, but it's like flesh molded muscle. Like it's not. I don't like this one that much.
It's got lots of plates and like weird detail that just makes it look kind of unappealing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can't put it back.
If I'm being nice, I'd say C, but
yeah.
I'm between
because
B and
the
C,
end is
so.
such a wet fart. I find it almost like why is it really the same as the first two?
To me, it is.
I don't know if I can put it with Syrcus Tower, World of Darkness, and Tower of Paradigm's Breach. So that's the issue.
I think it's on there.
Well,
for
remember,
me.
think about the difficulty of the world.
I mean, if it's two C's and two B's, it averages to B. So you need to convince Mela.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, no, I don't want to convince. Mela's spoken. If we do, well, B it is. B it is. Okay, there we go. That's it.
Looking through that, I think that's more or less perfectly fair.
Yep.
Yeah. Old stuff is better. New stuff sucks. The end. That's
it.
I mean,
that's a joke.
It's more so new stuff is average.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Well, B isn't average. B is above
B is
average. We
Yeah,
clarify.
B
C
is
is average.
I mean,
B
it's
is
not,
above
yeah, it's
average.
actually.
Well, what a banging video. Speakers plays.
There you go.